Hey folks, DJ here. I just want to take some time to talk about Werewolf the Apocalypse Retaliations by Flyos Games. This soon to launch game is brought to you by the same team that's bringing you Vampire the Masquerade chapters, and they just released a trailer to go along with it. We at 25 invite you to check it out at werewolftheapocalypse-retaliation.com to catch a peek at the trailer and be updated of when it'll appear on Kickstarter, which seems to be early 2022. The game promises to have everything that made chapters endearing to us, the fans, including scenarios, investigations, beautiful miniatures, and more. With that, thanks for your time.
25 years of Vampire the Masquerade presents The Phoenix Crusade.
All right. I want to welcome everybody back. Obviously, we're going to game 2 here of the Phoenix Crusade. And what I like to do is get everybody caught up for those watching and following along, especially those in the podcast then when we convert this. It's a great job with that, Bertrand, by the way.
Hey.
Want everybody to kind of know what's going on up until this point. We've had the pack settling into the concept of the Phoenix Crusade, but they haven't quite formed an idea as to what their pack's going to be called. They've only united in purpose. They know they're here to begin sort of an infiltration meets scout the enemy. They're not real certain how they're going to do this with the Sabbat they have. And so far, they successfully found the navigators from Montreal, and things haven't gone well at all according to plan. Number one, they realize that they're more modern than the navigators are. And if you're not familiar with the navigators, just a brief overview. They have a gargoyle that's in their pack. They have a follower of, we'll just say, a harmonist, and it's a path that is few and far between, that the Sabbat had a big falling out with. There are folks who felt that they were too weak to be in the sect, and it had been thought that those in Feral Heart had tried to purge them entirely. But as you can understand, the Gehenna War pretty much puts a lot of wars to bed. And on a philosophical bent, they need everyone they can, and some harmonists have been allowed to stay because Celeste is someone in that pack that has earned her stripes as a fighter. You would have to kill that pack to kill her. She's earned her place, in other words. One of those people doesn't have to worry about whether or not the Sabbat thinks she's on the level, because no doubt she is. That leaves, of course, Miguel Santo Domingo. The interesting aspect here is that Miguel is a Bruja anti-tribu who is in a sect, finding himself sort of disillusioned as it is, because he's back in a place. If you look up Naperville, Illinois, it's a wonderful place to live. It's a great town, plenty of potential, a lot of money. And so if you take a pack that's been scrounging to get what they have and being veterans in Montreal and fighting different type of war, they're going to be outdated, right? We like to think 10 years of technology is astounding to those who are in the business that understand, especially like IT. You get that idea. Many people still don't know how to work their smartphone. You know what I mean? And that's a thing. And it's odd to some folks, but there are people who get it, and there's sort of an understanding. If you don't know, we can show you. Imagine that to the Immortals, right? You pitch that to them, set in their ways. They could virtually hide for any length of time and come out when they choose to, when they're prepared to. And the Sabbat have an ego, right? Think the mortals are nothing. Well, here this pack steps into Naperville realizing that their old stodgy ways that worked in Montreal aren't going to work anymore. And they have a pack that's tried to let them know in their way, and it hasn't gone so well. For instance, I believe it's Warren who stepped in, talked to Miguel, and with quick thinking, got Miguel to not use his Magnum at a stand on the notorious Riverwalk on some random snotty girl working a counter who really wasn't being snotty, but Miguel took it as some type of way because it's immortal and she should fear him and know what's going on. And when the cops showed up, quick thinking, it's not our gun. My buddy found it, and convinced them that he did, and it got gone away. But then he finds out Miguel had sentimental attachment to it because that gun was given to him by Billy the Kid, allegedly. And that's what Miguel had said. And what do? Warren has no way to test that, but told them there's no serial numbers on that gun, or rather the cop did. So this presented a problem that Warren felt would be slammed up. As a member in his pack, Alessandro has an IT firm and felt that guy would have plenty of angles to help out with, and they tried those angles. What ended up happening is the guy who he sent to do the task was a little too fanatical, being the ghoul that he is, and ended up killing the girl that got the info from. And he didn't just kill her, he tried torturing her as an amateur would, terrified of his dark master, the Lasombra, who told him, do whatever it takes or else. So he did. And as you can expect, if you're in an IT position getting paid six figures a year as a top developer in a company that's budding and about to explode on public in terms of shares and whatnot, all that wealth, all that potential, and you thought your life was made, suddenly the big boss tells you you got to do something, you do it,
Mm-hmm.
right? The ghoul blood pumps and pushes you forward. So that creates a mess that he's just beginning to understand might be a little more than he planned. To flip it all out, you have a weird pack member called the Surrogate, played by DJ, who started making at-home delivery calls for a family in the building. As he told the husband, of course, he has, or Michael, I believe his name is, told him he had to go to work as normal, and explained to his wife that specific groceries have to be bought for the kids. He had read online in a forum that too much sugar and too much junk food create a mess for children and their focus and concentration. Maybe homeschooling should be good for them. It gives them time to stay around Uncle Surrogate later on at night where he can help and instill some theories and thoughts into it. And the pack didn't really understand the Surrogate was like that. They'd understood him, like, to them, he was this weird father figure, like it's bleeding over, in other words. And they're beginning to figure out what was that conversation about and why. Top it off, we have Ramsey, who saddles up with Celeste after the Petco incident, straightens out her affairs, helps her realize you can't go in and just do this to people. You can actually buy pet food online. Let me show you. We just need money. She said, fine. Turns out she has a chest of coins that he can try to sift through and pay with that, but she's gonna have to get a job because she hasn't worked in ages, and she understands in her field of science study that's not who she is anymore. She can't go back. She can't even remember that person
Mm-hmm.
that set her on the path she's on. And quickly Ramsey gets it as he looks at a coins. Basically, it was something like 62 kilos worth of random coins brought through the ages, it seemed. And he's not a coin collector, but as he starts parsing them out, he finds some facts out about a particular set. Number one, a ship went down in some uncharted water near Canada, off the coast of some other thing on a website. And it's a hunch, but a stack of 200 gold coins are missing that he now has in his hands. One of those coins that was a fraud, and so then to make the payment was up to $325,000 in value at an auction that a buyer wanted for one of the nefarious 200. This woman is sitting with an entire chest full of what Ramsey believes would be gold to anybody who can do something with it. So he parsed it out. But it wasn't the issue. Ramsey then decided to get a lay of the land. Why? He had a victory. They have wealth. We know it'll become that. It's not his problem. He's a harmonist. He goes outside, wants the lay of the land, decides to feed and learn a very important thing about strange guys who walk up onto a bar parking lot and decide they're going to beat up a guy for his blood. That guy has friends, and there are people with human decency nearby that when some weird, strange ruffian, hobo, whatever they would have thought, starts, well, he frenzied and starts biting people, they're in a fight for their life. And it was more than just him. It was 5 people involved in the brawl. Like 6 people were injured, had to go to the hospital. He comes out of his frenzy running away as the beast took care of itself. When there was too many people for him to get, because he was only obeying hunger after all, it decided that now wasn't the time to feed. It was more prudent to survive. And he got a way to do that. And antics ensued is what we'll say. I feel that's best coming out in character. But we will say this scene's going to begin where you guys are definitely at the Haven. And I didn't forget you, Tom. I just feel also it's prudent to mention in the scene where Warren has called a meeting. He sent a text to everybody as you're waking up that please don't go anywhere. We have business to deal with and meet in the living room. And oh boy, in that living room, Tom is still torpid. It distinctly looks like someone took a sledgehammer to him, worked him over. One of his fangs broken. Looks like he was in a rage when his beast gave up. And he entered in a fitful sleep, forced to be there. You don't see Miguel Santo Domingo anywhere around immediately in the living room for probably reasons or the fact that you're all here to handle your own business. You do know Warren had an argument with Miguel. And an argument does not necessarily mean fists flew, furniture was broken, people died. It hit a point where neither one would back down, and there was some heated words. However, they were heartfelt. And on one end, you had Warren stating the fact that the Sabbat, they need to adapt. They need to see a different way. And you had Miguel refusing to hear the words, labeling him a coward, labeling the Ductus a traitor, saying that the La Sombra isn't here to do anything but be a La Sombra and support his clan, and they're traitors of the Camarilla. And that gave him some insight, but then he backed down, asking for space to figure this out with the rest of the pack. Everyone comes in, save Ramsey, when I add that catch-22. You didn't have a change of clothes sitting around. You have the bloody scrubs. He walked in, soaked, and in bloody scrubs, and apparently just crashed, Warren. That's what he chose to do. And when you guys wake up tonight, he will come walking out of the room, as is. Like someone who doesn't have a choice. Those are the clothes he has, and they are hospital scrubs. And hey, they're pretty durable, if not stained horribly like he had just got done massacring a pig.
So yeah, he will slowly walk in. He doesn't sit down. Stands like in front of next to the coffee table, I guess.
Warren will kind of flop down in a chair, something big and comfy if we have such a thing. Eyes mostly fixed on Tom's body, but talking to the room. Hey fellas, I guess we kind of knew this day was gonna come. We have some La Sombra among us, and I see, and then he'll point at Ramsey Hospital.
He'll kind of look down. Yeah. Hospital.
Chicago. Dead cop. We've had a comedy of errors, right? And it's making us look bad.
Comedy of errors.
That's one way to put it, I suppose.
I have to interject one moment. If you could, please do give me that willpower roll, Surrogate, as you start hearing raised hands and admittance of certain things.
Yes, sir.
You're able to keep it back. You know what you're thinking. I more than trust you. Don't need any prodding from me to tell you how to handle this. This plays into your hand well as the surrogate, as they now need to see that guidance. Perhaps a firm hand's needed here. You're not really certain where to go to on that, and I'll leave that where it is. But the beast stirs. It stirs because you don't like what you hear. You're ones who guide. You're the one to guide. You're not the one to have to come out and maybe lessons have been forgotten. We'll put it that way. Up to you, but I'm going to give you a willpower for this, if only because it plays so well to your desired goal this evening.
The surrogate will look over the rest of you, his face having healed up a bit from the evening before. And he'll look directly at Ramsey. You should really get cleaned up. You can't show up to the dinner table looking the way that you do, especially if you go out to play with the other boys. And he'll take a look over at Warren. I don't know what happened there, but what I can tell you is the following. And his eyes will move over poor Tom's body before looking over at, of course, their IT manager, Mr. Parker. Your father's been out drinking for some time. He's not really in the best of moods. You should probably help him clean up for dinner as well. One thing we do is everything as a family. And I think we've kind of fallen away from it. Maybe it's time we have an outing.
Yeah,
I'll get some towels.
Yeah, and I'll I guess find something clean for Tom to wear. An outing. What kind of outing do you have in mind?
Maybe a family dinner, or maybe a trip to a theme park. Something that brings us all together. Something that reminds you that we do things together.
All right. Don't you want to kind of share some information first, so we all know? Well, I guess we'll see. Warren will pop up and go get the suit.
Warren's going to pop up. I'm starting to hear that.
Just go get the suit. Sergey said you need to clean that Tom up.
Warren is getting a suit, not a problem.
Clean Tom up or clean up Ramsey?
Both.
Okay. Um. Ramsey will leave to go take a Navy shower real quick, I suppose. He'll come out naked. I'm not putting on the bloody, muddy scrub pants again. Otherwise, there's no real point in that. If Warren doesn't have any clothes for him, I'm just going to pilfer it from someone in the pack. I'll be honest.
I will share clothes with you, Ramsey.
Okay, thank you.
I have clothing.
So it's nothing.
Real question is, what size are you guys?
Well, conveniently, with the magic of imagination, it turns out you guys are about average size. You fit conveniently in the tailoring clothes of the Sabbat have always been superior to the Camarilla. But that's why your suits don't either, right? They're just sort of even better, right? The magic of the curse for the Sabbat is subpar suits at discount prices, but they always fit.
Off the rack. But Tish, rack? No? Anybody?
That was Pat.
You and Maselli are cut from the same cloth. Let's see. All right.
He'll take a look over at Tom's body. Is there any way to kind of assess if he was just if it's one of those types of sleeps, or was he stake? Because he could see where the impact on his chest might have been, but he's not exactly sure whether or not. Does he have a stake out of him? I should say.
Ironically, it doesn't look like there was an accident or something found him or anything of the sort. It straight up looks like something tore into him with its bare hands. Right? It's not. It's distinctly human of size. You looking up this close, it definitely looks like someone reached in. I do mean fingertips. You can see, and tore out a bone. You're not certain if it was a rib or maybe it picked him up and elevated him and slammed him on the ground. But as you start going through your head of who it could have been and might have been, it's possible Tom went out and found some resistance. Could have been an anarch. Could have been you're thinking some sort of bruja. Someone in the front. He found someone that is supernal that just didn't believe he was the best thing walking, and it must be someone who didn't know how to kill a vampire. Had no idea, because here he is. Now that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, he's presented on the table in the middle of the PAX, and no one has brought him out of Torpor. Now, not your hosts who are here, and certainly not your pack yet. Someone knows something.
And from my perspective, I don't see any of the navigators around, right?
No, it's not that they're not in the room, right?
Okay.
Celeste still has her place and whatnot. But folks, remember how sleeping works. The daylight plays in everyone else. So we're only about an hour past dusk, around the time you guys would wake. But regardless, recap to the point. I believe you guys are starting to get into, just got clean, walked in, and I was explaining to Surrogate, because they're sleeping later, they might still be in their bedrooms. That's possible. I do want to point out, all of you know, Miguel has always been awake first, even beating you guys. Casually been out there. Just kind of how he is. Now, it's possible that maybe he went out feeding. That's a thing. Or answering a call or doing who knows what else. But as I said, you got that feeling that possibly if your ductus is here on the table and Warren at any given time, you can step in and begin telling because you know what's going on, right?
And I was
used to handle it.
Yeah, well, if I was about to say if I see Surrogate trying to figure out what's what with Tom's body, I'll just tell him, yeah, about that. That's one of those things, right? I was talking about maybe before we have our outing, kind of needs to come up.
What things?
Tom and Miguel had a disagreement of some kind. Drawn suspicion on us all, predictably so. We all know about Tom's heritage. There's nothing he can do about that. And I didn't get the whole story because our conversation escalated in a different direction. But the important part is that I was forbidden to attempt to raise him or rouse him. You're expected to stand trial of some kind sometime soon. And Tom is probably the tip of the spear for that. Uh, we're suspicious. Is the short version.
He'll raise a finger. Were you present to see this altercation between your father and Santo Domingo?
No, no. I came home actually a couple nights ago, and Miguel was sitting here with Tom, just laid out like he is right now.
So you're saying you're assuming he did this to Tom?
No, I'm saying I spoke to Tom, and I don't know who did this to Tom, but I know that Tom and Miguel had a disagreement at some point. Miguel didn't give me details other than to say Tom's a traitor. And the last time I saw either of them vertical.
Make sure he gets cleaned up, and he'll start walking away out of the room and looking for Santo Domingo.
You'll walk out of the room just fine, and you'll go and knock on his door. Not hearing an answer, you're just going to go in.
He'll knock once more out of politeness, and if he doesn't answer, then he'll walk in.
You'll knock and give that maybe a breath of weight, and you do open the door to go in, and you do not see Miguel there. It is interesting. There are no sheets on a bed, and a master bedroom is just awkward. It's just a mattress, right? This guy lives pretty Spartan. He doesn't have any of the trappings you would expect of anyone who wanted to hold on to being, well, human. Its form and function. You can see where he has a gun broken down. I do mean this. There's some hoopla about getting a Magnum. There's a freaking Magnum on this table right here in pieces, but you know enough to have seen it and to see one here. Maybe not the one he wants, but that there is one here that he's clean. But this is on like imagine a dresser was thrown out in lieu of a table that was brought in, folded out, and he has that set up. There are no mirrors up in the walls, and they're definitely spacious to be there. You even see the outline where lazy painting for this apartment complex had one there, right? This place must have been furnished, bought as is, which was your suspicion about even your room, like had sheets and a nice bed and fit a theme. And if this room was like that, he took everything out to make it just what he needs it to be. Bed to sleep on, windows that are barricaded, and by windows, this guy's room has what looks like makeshift boards, a lot of duct tape, some craftsmanship used to make it even more wedged perfectly in the door. But there are handles on the outside, as if maybe he's handled a raid or two. It's just the impression you get. Like if the zombie hordes are descending the house, coming into this room and running a board behind those handles might lock it into where it needs to be. Just gives an impression, but that's all that's here. He does have a master bathroom though, and it's nothing out of the ordinary. Well, saying that there are no toothbrushes or anything like that.
He'll close the door. He's going to try looking for Celeste.
I'm going to help you out. Celeste's door is locked. Not unusual. Do hear music though going on in there. The sounds of someone lightly singing. However, it's to like 90s songs. Some sort of alternative mesh. You don't know. Sarah Goodwood's kids. That's what it is. You're not certain what, but you definitely know she's in there.
He'll knock on a door.
I apologize for the sound. I have a cat who refuses not to belong. And I want to tell you that he shouldn't be doing what he's doing, yet he's fine, just being very loud with it. So
it's all right. I think it's kind of atmospheric. Doesn't Celeste have like 30 cats anyway?
that's accurate. But
That's a good point.
And not here, right? So that's aside from that, that's Celeste's door, and you're used to that. Now, Irini doesn't have a so-called room that you've seen. There is a bathroom that's just sort of off limits. There's 3 total here. There's 2 large master bathrooms and a smaller one, and hers would be the smaller one. And her needs are not what everyone else does. Or, as you've seen, she's just usually not here when everybody comes walking out. but you're definitely alone. Now, let me pause for a second, because as STing skills, I was trying to sleuthing through, letting you take the scene for you to tell me why the surrogate's walking around, checking his list, blah, blah, blah. What was your goal here, or what's your intent?
He's trying to A, found accountability for what might have happened to Tom, be like to ask them whether or not they did it, and B, if necessary, he'll ask for assistance because he has never figured out what to do with a torpid body before. To this date, anyway.
Regardless of not knowing what to do with a torpid body, that is going to be interesting, right? People got to learn somehow how to just about do it. How did the first pack figure it out, right? I'm going to leave that up to you. And we'll do that definitely with a die roll after experimentation for a minute. But to tell you in the immediate, it does make sense, and I'll give that to you, to wait for the experienced pack members to get back to try to figure that out. However, that doesn't mean you can't get to the bottom of this. As any good parent knows, of course your kids are going to lie to your face about what they did when they're in trouble. And Warren gave the biggest... If I were Mike's dad and he gave me a rundown like that of what went on, yeah, there's some truth there. But there's also something he doesn't want to know. Like, did he have an involvement? Did he not have an involvement? What went on? What didn't go on? And maybe sometimes you just got to go to the source. Now, Tom's there and he ain't moving, okay. And you would talk to Hector. If all the other three are like saying nothing, then all right, let's talk about something they do know. Now, what I'm giving a hint at here is that Surrogate would have some insight, because it definitely does with that massive role you have there, to piece together people. Seems that each one of them have had an adventure, and that adventure weighs on them. It's obvious, right? They had to clean up and kind of come to the table to clear thoughts and conscience, and you're the priest. How convenient. But you do have a ductus that's laid up, and at this moment, it is up to you if you choose that you're a priest who cares for the well-being of his pack to kind of get to the bottom of it and reinvigorate them with that confidence they need as a pack, or you're running around to figure out what they did to punish them, or is it a matter of making them feel better about what they did to move on, because they got to do what they got to do. And you do have a priority. It is to get Tom up to hear what he has to say. Can't do that right now. Or during the course of hearing their tale, feel free to let me know what you're going to try to do to get Tom up.
Got it. That being the case, I think what the surrogate is doing is he's going to go back to where Tom is. He's going to gather the pack, making sure that they're present. And he's like, all right, folks, here's what we're going to do. We need to figure out how to get your father back up. By the same token, I'm hoping maybe he's able to hear you. Maybe like a coma. I will say this. It's better if you have anything to say, you say it right now before he's awake, before he takes it out on you when he's active. Does anyone have anything they want to say just to get it off their chest? Maybe it's because you feel you can't talk to me. Maybe it's because you feel that your father's hand will sting, which it does, and trust me, and he'll rub his own face. I felt it firsthand. But we do this together. We've all seen what happens when we try doing things alone. We'll clean up our messes as necessary. But I feel like there's no trust here. And if we can't trust each other, well then. And he'll slightly look away without blinking. Does anyone have anything they want to confess?
Yeah, I'll go first. Parker looks down at Tom. Tried to help Warren out with getting this gun back for Santo Domingo. And I may have pressed my one of my guys a little too much, and now I had to clean up a mess that he left behind.
He'll pause a second. One moment. He'll step out of the room, and he'll come back with... Hold on a second. Where do we... He'll come back with this mug.
For those who can't see, it's a very much an authentic, sought-after mug for anyone who is in preschool. This is a coffee mug that your your child would have picked out for mommy or daddy specifically, or maybe a kindergarten teacher wanted to fit in and be more approachable by the kids. It is literally a Winnie the Pooh coffee mug, right? Winnie the Pooh is kind of I don't know, what'd you say? It's emblazoned down there, more molded to stick out from there far enough. And it looks adorable as he's reaching for his pot of honey, which no doubt would be the coffee.
He'll gingerly hand him over the cup, or rather the mug, and he'll be like, perfect. And I think this is actually going to go a long way in terms of being able to help out your father. If perhaps you'd be able to give him some of that essence of your guilt. And he'll motion for you in the cup.
Parker will take out a pocket knife and cut into his palm and squeeze into the cup, into the mug.
You know, Parker, I want to believe. I want to believe that you feel remorse and you did wrong. And I know, Michelle, you want to believe that Parker believes.
Sure.
But no, when we want to play these die-hard, road-hard, badass La Sombra, we got to remember one thing we don't do, right?
Okay.
You tell me. If you can tell me what I'm kind of picking around here, and we'll say it's a conviction. I'll even throw it in the right place. You tell me if your character would feel any remorse based on what he just said. I get feigning remorse. I don't challenge that. Surrogate's looking for a sorry or an apology. You're going to go through with what appears to be an impromptu vinculum that he's starting, a Valdery. It's up to you.
Yeah, this definitely conflicts with the second one we have down.
So, are you trying to find it in you to feel sorry?
Yeah, I definitely think. Yeah, he's trying to comply, show some compliance because he'll get further along doing so. He doesn't feel that remorse, but he's fainting it.
Now, I'll permit it. It's up to you how you want to do it. You can give me a willpower, right? It's going to cost one to swallow that part of yourself. When everything in you says, I did no wrong, it's my property. What happened occurred, and I got results that Warren couldn't get. But yet I have to be here and say that, okay, fine, I got to fit in. Then, yeah, that'll be a willpower, and you're feigning emotion to placate the surrogate and kind of support the pack. There's a truth to that, too. For cohesion, sometimes you got to swallow a little pride, but never the clan La Sombra.
Yeah. All right. I'll spend the willpower.
There you go. Good speech. Thank you. So I will say this. He's no actor. The guilt you want him to feel, if you can think of Ted Bundy, I go to this often because his face is the most fake in interviews, right? About like, oh, those girls and whatever. And he just looks, it's scary to see. Imagine this guy, Bundy melting and literally like, oh, I fucked up. Yeah, it was my bad. Yeah. And I'll hand it back to you. As you can tell that he's fighting to find a reason. I could have done it different. I didn't have to be that aggressive, right? It's like his skin suddenly doesn't fit as he puts the blood in and he, I'm assuming, hands the cup back. And of course, increases a hunger here.
I went out into Naperville the other night and went hunting at a house after getting into a tussle. The guy I fed from died. I left him in the bushes. Turns out his a lot of the houses here have a very audible alarm system, and I shouldn't have left the body there. That there's the people here have a way of living, and me just dropping it there with now the cop saw it and thought it was 4 different people. That's a trip in the ecosystem here. I shouldn't have should have had a cleaner way of doing that. Should have been a little more patient in hunting.
Hunting without a pack?
we're gonna have to hunt from time to time alone, but no, in a new place, it should have been with the pack.
I'm gonna give you the same option, Ramsey. There's some truths here to walk, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a harmonist, sure, hunting with the pack, you could fit in, you could do that. It's not why you were out there, right? You were out there to discover just how this ecosystem is and how you were going to fit in it, and you did not have a good fit
Right.
with what you were doing. And it's a series of events, but as the surrogate's going around with that stern look, that only a dad can give, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happened. And you're like, yeah, stumbled through. It feels too human. It's just too human. No predator ever would sit here and be broken down about what they did. You went out and someone died to slake your thirst. That happens.
Right.
There's 7 billion humans in the world. And yes, they could stand to lose a field. What's the issue here? And you're finding it hard in your head to even, why is this a problem for him? Right. And then you think to yourself, okay, maybe the Phoenix Crusade initiatives, those were laid out, but at the same time, Chicago's less than 20 minutes from here. You mean to tell me Camarilla vampires and anarchs haven't killed any? Like the same logic you had that night for yourself.
Right.
It doesn't seem the surrogate understands that, right? That
Okay.
humanity part of him is just, where's he coming from? And then the final part, I would say this would be the worst of all of them. Feeding with a pet, you're an apex predator. You're the apex predator. You're all the apex predator. You feed the way you were meant to, and that's what you do. Now, the surrogate might blend in to the city and into whatever familial setting and get a snack or two. And maybe Tom would just, drive down the road, hop out and beat the crap out of someone and feed for them. It takes all kinds, but still all of you are the apex predator, and none of you are wrong. Whether you feed solo or with a pack, it would depend on how you choose to, but it would still be obeying your instincts. So if you wish that remorse to be genuine, I give you the same choice.
No, I'm not gonna. I think lying about being sorry is gonna be a bit too human for him in this situation. So no, he's not gonna lie. I think he was kind of remorseful about being that throwing that trip in the ecosystem, right? Like he should have done that differently because of the effect it had, not the fact that one of them died. Right. So with that, Ramsey will kind of look at you. Surrogate. Feeding with the pack, there are times where we may need to do that, but each one of us will feed in our own different ways. We will go about being the predators that we are in different ways. Some of us blend in more, and he will point to Warren and you, and others, I'm not sure how they go about it yet. And he'll look at the two La Sombra, but in time, I'm sure I will see.
You'll see now how to make a mess then. I understand. I'll take your tribute now.
Yeah, he'll bite his wrist and like drop it into the mug, but he's kind of giving you that like, was that a slight? I don't know what that meant.
So that's good. I like that. Keep that where it is because I'm not entirely certain you would understand what he meant there.
Okay, we're on the same page then. Yeah. I guess
So
he'll
he
look
does.
to Warren.
Yeah, Warren will pipe right up. Yeah, so I was working a different angle from Parker. I was trying to talk up this cop, some of the old Warren Allen razzle dazzle, right? Normally I can talk my way into or out of just about anything. And he said something and got my blood up, right? You guys know how I can get sometimes. Try not to be that way. Long story short, he went further than I was planning to go, and I didn't have the sense, or maybe I did and I didn't care at the time. I can't be sure. To stop him, and 3 people died in Chicago at some apartment. Because I couldn't control myself.
You
I'd like
let
to
your
be that
beast
way.
out, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Your beast will do. The beast does what it does. The beast comes out for a
Oh,
reason.
I'll give you an option, Surrogate. It's your choice. You can choose in the middle of your Vaulderer, which is really a double ritual you're performing. You're even doing that of a confession. This guy dares start speaking over the top of you to offer solace, to give something before you. Let us see if you can maintain that composure and let him be an older brother on your behalf.
I choose not to. If I have to rage on my end, I'm just going to go for his neck.
Instead of a rage, I would request a clan compulsion.
Yes,
Might be
sir.
better fitting because I think this is a scene that would more showcase how you are versus letting the beast have its way. What do you think?
Sounds good. What would you like me to roll for this?
Nothing. If you're willing to accept it,
I'm willing to accept it.
yep. Then, according to this for the scene, what is going on is that the surrogate has a tick for everybody to see. Um, you won't know why you do this, Warren, except the surrogate seems to grab your wrist and the cup and smiles at you like, hurry up. That's the gesture. And you're like, okay. As your packmate continues to talk to you, but might stop when that happens. It's up to Ramsey, but regardless, I'm going to assume you will bleed in the cup as the ductus is, or excuse me, the priest is indicating. Okay, I see an affirmation there. So when you do, though, it's odd that he walks over to the microwave, opens it up, puts it in there, puts in a certain amount of time, and just you see it slowly going around. And it looks like it's 30 seconds. And he begins humming a tune, pulls out a couple plates, sets down some mugs, and not very big. It's weird to see that there are kitty cups in this house at all, or maybe the surrogate already had them. And he puts them down. It's a kitty cup for everybody, following the Winnie the Pooh theme. You get an Eeyore that's for you, Warren, and you have a Piglet cup, and then there's a Christopher Robin, and there's one of just a honey pot. And this all goes down, but none of the mugs are as big as the surrogates, right? That's there, and you'll see him pour some blood into each of the cups. And for you, surrogate, you'll come to for a brief moment from a hazy dream of feeding your family. Right, it's breakfast. You were about to bust out the blueberry waffles. You know, your son always loves the Egos. You know, the blueberry ones that go down there first. And you remember your daughter loved to put the butter on, and then mom would always say she put the right syrup on. It was always sugar free. You're worried about the ADD that your son does have, but he always had to be first, and you were proud of that. And accordingly, when you're about to grab the waffles, it's heartbreaking to remember you're dead. You killed them. You killed them in the course of preparing them breakfast, and it slams you in the face. And the hard part is your son looks a lot like Ramsey in this moment. If he got old enough, you could see the features. Warren bears a resemblance to maybe a daughter you would have had. And unfortunately for Tom, that bitch of a wife is right there. She tried to call the cops. You know she did. She tried to call them on you. Said you were different. That she caught you growling in the mirror. Who doesn't growl in the mirror? You had a rough day. You got fired. You couldn't show up. Right? You had a day job. She couldn't understand that. Day birds. You can't go out there and die. What father does that? And that's what you have to go on, that energy at the moment. Surrogate.
He'll come to, snap away. He'll hold on to the warm mug before taking a look at them. We don't fuck up. We make things happen. We brook no failures. And mine was disappointing all of you, probably in this way. We don't do this again. And he'll bite into his wrist and pour some into the mug, and he'll use his finger to swirl it around a bit. And he'll take a look over at Tom. At this point, Bob, is it possible that I know that he could probably contribute his own?
You mean Tom?
Yes.
Here's the thing. Whenever you were taught the Vaulderer, it was important that everybody did it themselves. they had to offer their blood. It couldn't
True.
couldn't force someone to do this, and because the ritual would ultimately fail, the bond wouldn't be accepted. However, if you believe that Tom would participate in the Vaulder and he is a Ductus, it's almost like you're certain he would. Would it work? Now you've gone this far, and for that matter, doesn't everybody's blood have to be in the same cup before you divvy them out as well?
Hmm. He'll grab a he'll grab a kitchen knife, and he'll be like, "Now, while your father is probably asleep, he has a couple of things to confess to, and perhaps he hasn't been the best or most attentive, but he's been working really hard. And when he gets up, maybe he'll have a better words to kind of speak about him, because I won't speak on his behalf, but I will say he is part of this unit and he does head this household." And he'll start digging into, he'll start cutting into his wrist like a turkey.
It's
Since I
horrible
guess
to watch.
he's laid out like a turkey on the table, he'll just like,
It's horrible to watch. He gets that knife, we'll even say he grabs the sharpener. He did the gesture, where he's back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. And then he sets it down and starts slicing into his arm, getting in about an inch right to the bone. You're sawing on it, and you stick a finger in the wound, nothing. You lick nothing, right? There's no blood coming out. Like there's barely anything there, not enough to get anything to run. And he'll look around real quick nervously. Ever the professional, Sarah decides to get cut closer to the heart, maybe. It's got to work, right? You go a little bit underneath where you can see a ribs exposed, and he just kind of slices in like this will work, gives a nod to everybody, and it goes into the meat. And even you guys are expecting, for the love of God, bleed, Tom. Tom, will you bleed? And when nothing comes out, I will give Ramsey a special role. He has a hope in Hades, as they say.
Okay.
This is going to be your, we'll say your intelligence and that occult of yours.
All right. This is a fun time. My hunger went up by 1 when I contributed, right?
You did.
Okay. I got a 1.
Nice. It's not what you think. What's your understanding immediately here as you look at Ramsey? Ramsey's face. Now, to anybody else, why would he have his fangs out if he was getting the shit kicked out of him? He's in a brawl. Okay, maybe he was biting with it. But it looks like he got slammed in the face with a sledgehammer, right? And that's odd. Okay, that's a blow. And then you're looking over his jawline, and then you'll catch it. His throat looks like it ended midway of him trying to swallow something down. Right? And what that looks like, it's all distended, right? The veins are like he was trying to suck something in and swallow. We all know what that looks like, right? The tension of the throat.
Mhm.
It's there. And the only reason why I'm giving you the role is because, oh yeah, that's like the guy whose throat you ripped out. Remember, it was weird.
Oh yeah, that
Right?
guy.
All that blood came out so quick, and you had it there. You were holding by the leg. Horrible! You did hold him by the. Yeah, but that was only okay. Maybe I was wrong. Like you're quickly trying to dismiss it yourself to get that image out of your head, and it dawns on you. Maybe Tom needed blood.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what happened. He doesn't have any to give.
Surrogate. Tom doesn't have any blood, and I'll point at his neck. He looks like he was feeding or trying to feed when he went into torpor. And I don't believe he has any vitae to contribute to the Vauldery. You spoke of hunting as a pack earlier, and I asked that we hunt as a pack to bring blood back to our Ductus.
I fed. I came back to give him blood. I had planned to do this nightly for as long as it took. I was prepared. I want you guys to know if we do that, it's going to be a fight.
What do you mean? Still holding the knife and fork.
I mean, it's going to be a fight. We can do it. We're back. This is a bot, and we have our rights. But like I said, words like inquisition and trial were thrown around in the conversation I had with Miguel. And he explicitly stopped me from feeding Tom as though he needs to be in this state for whatever is to come.
Do you serve Miguel or do you serve us?
I don't serve anybody.
Where's your loyalty to the pack? He's still your
We're gonna-
Ductus.
I just told you.
We're gonna
You can
pause
do
there.
it.
We're gonna pause. Some things to consider, right? I'm gonna give you guys the options. Good scenes, good dialogue. I have to pause you here because Warren, what's your claim?
Bruja.
Correct. There's a distinct flaw with being that.
Where? But that's why I said it the way that I said it.
Whoa, Mike, time out. No one's saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is that's what we got to calculate. I said that for dramatic effect. Because if you know you're prone, right, to losing it in an argument, I would think you would seek to avoid provoking that from people you care for. But you're here defending it, and that's where we're at. That's why I pause. I'm not taking the action away. That's where we're at. In fact, I need for the surrogate, and I need Ramsey, those who are opposing Warren, to give me it's an interesting role here. I'm going to say it's charisma insight.
Okay.
Right? To see if you guys have the wherewithal to remember what his clan is and the fact that he is prone to frenzy. Absolutely.
That's appropriate.
I like the way this worked out. As the dice say, you guys succeed, but the beast definitely had an involvement here. Where this isn't a failure, for each of you, you know you have an effect, Warren. When you start getting heated and your voice raises, the defensive hackles of them is shown when their fangs distend. Right? Your fury is matched by that in your pack. And they almost hiss the words at you because they feel the challenge that you're brokering in your rage, and you can feel it boiling up in you. And I give you an option. You didn't take the same path that they did. You have a different way of looking at things. One can choose to take a willpower hit right here, cost 1, and I will allow Warren to calm down, i.e., Warren will have to step out to the balcony to gather his thoughts because you see that this can go bad here for the moment. Or you could say, screw it, they could stand on their own too, and they can answer what you've said right here, right now.
Well, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be a fight, right? If I feel that heat behind my eyes, I would definitely disconnect if they let me.
Your comments still stand, folks. Why they don't sting is because it's not unusual. Warren's always been one to be counter typical. We'll put it that way. You know, by dint of how you guys built this, you knew what he was.
Mm-hmm.
So Warren will walk off. You see it. He catches himself. You two feel a little better that he's walking off. At least that shows signs he's not trying to get anything out of him. But that's what the Bruja is saddled with, right? That's the fury talking. Warren, the cool air helps. You out on the balcony as you're enjoying the street line. Just cars going by, people minding their own too, and you're able to gather your thoughts as nothing is happening and pressing you. Unless, back in the scene, you guys are choosing to pursue.
I don't think he meant exactly what he said. I was talking to him earlier. He knows that we need to work together. He knows where his loyalties are. He's just a little hot-headed, you know.
Ramsey's not pursuing him.
The surrogate will politely put down the fork, but he'll hold on to the knife for a little bit longer and just take a quick look at the blade before taking a look at this carved off turkey of a ductus and gently placing the knife on the table at an appropriate time. He has to cool down a bit. I understand. He doesn't know how to express himself yet.
You get Sarah going to need your occult and resolve roll here as you're trying to maintain a ritual.
One moment.
It's far too many disruptions, sir.
Uno.
You know that this ritual is I can allow you to succeed at a cost. I think it's fair. You didn't quite hit it, but you're not that far off of it. What we're discussing here is a failed ritual and what that could be. That's if you accept it where it is. Fail is a fail, and that's fine. Or you can tell me how this ritual may be maintained and be successful even though your ductus didn't contribute.
I will attempt to succeed at a cost.
No, I idea unless you have one.
I will take your idea.
What happens is, and it's a telltale sign, as you were cutting into him and everybody's doing what they're doing, it's when he walked out. When he walked out, you remember the point of this is unity. The very fact he walked away, you look at the cup, and you can see that that blood they were putting in that somehow was able to just hold and hold and hold. It's bubbling up out of your cup and overflowing, right, or about to overflow. And then you refocus your efforts, right? It's not ancient words that you were given. It's literally a focus of will on what you're doing as you try to feel the connection you have to everyone in the pack already. And as you focus on that, the cup holds. It's holding for the moment. But you know this much. You need to focus on the ritual. You're either completing this or you're not. Now, the cost part of this is you're going to have to just start finishing it and the completion of it. You're not going to get the confessions you were looking for. Definitely moving the brass ring from it. They may not feel anything from it. Hell, some of them might even feel provoked after completion.
All right. A loss there, but he'll motion to the others. Let's go find Warren. We need to complete this together.
I'll go get him. Parker,
We'll
get
go
up,
after
go.
him. He's like, we don't have to. Like, we'll do it together. This is all part of being together. If I just go send you get him, it'll be a different story. But we'll have that conversation another time. You'll pat Parker on the back. Let's go find him.
Ramsey will follow.
So Warren, you're out there in the balcony, and it's kind of touching. I'll be honest. Your whole pack comes out, surrounded by the surrogate, right? Or surrounding the surrogate as he's holding this cup as if it's mom's warm chocolate milk, and she's bringing it out to you, and it's definitely almost overflowed, but magically holding. I say that because he's very good. Like maybe he was a waiter in life. You don't know. That skill at keeping the food where it be, and they all come walking out.
And Warren he'll look for a moment like he's just trying to shake it off, and apropos of nothing, right? Out of his pocket with his handy dandy pocket stabby, and say, "Oh yeah, I didn't give my tribute." Just cut himself and bleed into the cup as if nothing happened.
Now, to remind Mike, when I was narrating, I had asked if you would have contributed remember when before he nuked it, before he put it in the microwave, I said the priest was reaching for your hand to continue to contribute the blood to it, right? Which cut Ramsey off during that compulsion. Now, at the time, I thought you said, yeah, I'd go with it.
I did.
Okay,
I did.
so that's
what I'm saying is that Warren is playing this like that fast. That none of that happened. Out of his mind.
I got you. Okay, so the intent is to cue you up, DJ, is what he's doing.
And he'll walk over to Warren and he'll hand him the mug the same way fatherly figure would. He'll be like, here, drink a buttercup. This will make you feel better. With one hand on his shoulder, squeezing slightly.
Yeah, Warren will drink.
All right,
just enough.
You can restore. When hunger will go down as you do drink your fill. That's in there. The effect for each of you, assuming anybody not doing this?
Just Tom.
Just Tom. You guys, it's the coppery taste of this blood, right? You're so used to the different flavors and resonances of mortals, right? Vampire blood is better. It simply is. And even the pack combined, this power you can feel in it, this link, it's the same as it ever was when you originally did it. It's odd that this emotional tide washes over you when you drink of it. You feel closer connections to each and every one of you in terms of loyalty. And of course, the messages later, I'll update you on who feels stronger to who. But for the moment, nobody's feeling over the top hatred for anybody and no one's feeling emotionally in love. I'll put you there. But you definitely feel renewed, reinvigorated. As this also gives you one willpower back as well, everybody for the scene.
Yes.
Which is a good thing, right? So you, however, will know, Surrogate, that you were close to something. This could have been much, much better. But for the moment, it'll be all right. And alas, poor Tom. If she only did what she should have never called the cops on you.
he'll he'll say that was great job. We should really start thinking about what we should get your dad. We'll need to find a suitable vessel. I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and clear my club. And as I start heading to the kitchen,
Sure.
I'll grab my nice little mug, start cleaning it up, and then I will get next to Tom's ears, and I will be like, "This should have been you being awake. Don't ever make me have to go through this alone again. And if you ever call the cops on me one more time, I swear they won't find your body." And then he'll give him a kiss on the forehead and put his cup away and head back over to the pack.
Now, those are some whispers, right? You guys
Right.
get the intent. It's like it's very serious what he said to Tom right there. You're not certain what though, hence the whisper portion, right? Everybody but Michelli. Funny enough, a lot of people would think that you wouldn't have that capacity to pay that close of attention, except you know your way around a office pool. Gossip happens, and that's how a good CEO stays on top. When they need, they want to have a Taco Tuesday that would boost morale. They want Starbucks in the office. All those things were tools that a good CEO listens, adds to the notes, tells his administrative assistant, "Hey, why don't you find out how much Einstein's Bagels coffee would be by the gallon? Let's get everybody some good stuff, but not that Starbucks because you read sugar is trash because of the crash. So you want to keep it healthy and alert, and you found ways to work around." That same hearing told you when Surrogate kneeled down before him, you were able to pick up some choice words there, enough to get what he said. You just don't know why the hell he said it.
Thanks for the question I was about to ask.
Making it weird.
But to that end, all points aside, is your intent to wake up Tom in this scene right now? I know that wasn't maybe at the beginning. Has that changed, Surrogate?
No, he'll try to wake up Tom.
What are some ideas? Like during this whole process, what's one way you might, that you can think of?
We're gonna need blood. We're gonna need tons of blood. I almost want to contribute some blood just to test it out and see if I'd be able to, and whether or not that works. Or you know what? I wonder if Surrogate would know enough to say, like, why doesn't the pack just try to rouse their father from their sleep, right? Could we all just contribute to seeing whether or not that may or may not wake up Tom?
So what I'll do is I'll translate it from out of game, make that an in-game statement. Like, you don't have to repeat it, but that's what he says to you guys. We should try to rouse his beast by offering it what it needs. But together, that was his point.
Mm-hmm.
You want it in the cup, or, and he'll point at Tom's head.
He's like, we could give it to him.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Bob. Just so I'm 100% on Tom's current situation. He's busted up, and I'm pretty damn sure completely empty of vitae. So that's right. That's my recollection of it, or
Yes.
at least Ramsey's. Okay. Surrogate Ramsey will kind of like he won't raise his hand, but he'll kind of like walk up to you. Surrogate, while I think that could work, I don't think it's a good idea. And I'll point.
If it could work, I want to point this out, Harmonist. Why would you get in the way of progress? Right? If survival says you think this would work, then why are you opening your mouth unless you know of a definite way?
Ramsey will point, and he'll have his mouth open. He'll kind of close it, and then he'll just bite into his wrist and put it in Tom's mouth.
The cold eyes of Surrogate, I should say not cold, the compassionate eyes of Surrogate, proud that his son is following in his footsteps, which apparently is pure utter chaos. As you bite into your wrist, Ramsey, here's a truth that you will get intimately. It doesn't matter. As you said before, vampires frenzy when hungry, people die.
Mm-hmm.
This may be a truth, but Tom's beast clearly needs it. And where he failed to hunt whatever it was, you're not going to know unless he wakes up. And this is a lot of blood, folks. Do remember it's V5, right? We're not dealing with blood points or traits and whatever. Getting hungry from blood loss, or even what you put in a cup, the cost amount and mechanics to explain it right quick. The rationale is you have to invest something has to go in that cup, much like when you use a power, right?
Mhm.
They don't put it in an amount. It's not a cantaloupe's worth of blood or a gallon of blood to activate a discipline. Like whatever amount it is, great. We don't get into that. We still won't. However, what you put in that cup to work is one thing versus another, blah, blah, blah. Enough to fill it definite. However, what you're giving Tom, right? This is that vampire moment where you cut the wrist and bleed into his mouth. But it has to be enough that he would feel would satiate a hunger in him. You know that
Mhm.
because you're trying to wake something up. Now, what I'm going to give you the option to is interrupt me when you would do something differently, right? I feel uh, what would happen is you guys would stand around him almost ritualistically. This is what makes sense, right? Everybody kind of stands around Tommy's on the table. It's convenient. And you each cut open a wrist because it's easier to direct. Now, whether you let it bleed down the hand or straight from the wrist is your call. But the point is you're targeting wounds. It's interesting about a vampiric body. You guys know you feed from the mouth, and that's the primary function, but maybe just having it in the open wounds that go to his chest can help as well. And really, you're bathing this guy in blood in a way by hand. Certainly, blood's getting into his mouth, but perhaps elsewhere it will help as well. And obviously, in you saturating over, some will get in his mouth in excess. And that's how it works. To that point, what I need from you, Tom, is to give me a resolve composure roll. That's it. Now, Tom, it's times like these we learn to live again. Um, to let you know what's happening before we can correct that result, if we want to, which I'm assuming the answer is a hell yes. What's going on is you'll feel your beast stir. What you're in is perpetual darkness, right? You've ceased as it is, but right now it's as if you groggily woke up to a world of pain, frantic anger, and then you just rolled over in the nightmare and feel yourself slipping back and slipping away. You can try a willpower to one of your last ones here. It is your last one by my count here. To try to reroll some dice to get a different result. Remember, makes it real simple. All I got to do is click the reaction underneath for the roll.
What? Wait, what?
So in Discord, under the roll you just made, Thirst makes it real
Mhm.
simple. See that reaction underneath?
Yeah.
You just click as if you're adding to it, and that uses a willpower for it.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I do use a willpower
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I want to wake up.
Right. So ultimately, for you guys, it's weird watching him slowly rise. At first, his body does a full-on convulsion, but good news, he starts healing some of the worst of it. The body is reacting to the blood. Some wounds knit, as you will have a total of 3 wounds that you'll gain back. Health levels, as they're called. I can use words. Come back from it. However, your hunger is still there. Blood was used to heal what you could to be ambulatory, and the beast is still starved. But you're not in that frenzy. You are definitely licking the blood up off of your shirt, off the stuff that hit the carpet, the partial Winnie the Pooh cups that were put out for the pack. You can smell them in the kitchen, and they're not by it. You're not gonna even stop yourself from walking over there and trying to get what you can from them. And provided you let your character go with this, which is, I see no reason why not, you'll have enough to satiate one hunger. But this is you licking cups clean, definitely making sure that the main ritual cup is done. Not caring that Ramsey had clothes with clotted blood dried on it still that was left in the room as you were chewing these garments to get what you can. And that's when you realize it's you still need more as you drop them right in the hall. But you're awake and you feel a semblance of yourself return.
After Tom goes through in his starved state, just taking as much blood as he can from anywhere. Still hungry, he'll look to the pack and look at himself, and then say, "We gotta talk, boys. Walk and talk with me." And then he's gonna start walking out.
Warren will fall in.
I love it.
Likewise.
Well, what can I say? Out in front of your apartment complex, it's groovy. Places to sit, signs pointing to where the Riverwalk is located, where the bank is located. You guys already kind of know the neighborhood. It's a lot of residential from here, going down a hill. There's traffic lights. There's city life, like a little mini city here in this popular suburb. Depends on where you want to go, but outside you are.
And Tom's just gonna start walking, and he'll be like, just flat out, he's like, "Senator Domingo, he don't like me. Like, I'll put it frank." He's just like kind of like walking like with purpose, like not even sure where he's going, but he's just hungry, right? And so he's kind of like eyes jotting back and forth, like looking for anything while trying to like keep the pack informed of just like what happened.
What I'll ask you is if you're going to resist, as inevitably what happens, right? You guys are walking down the road, you're doing your thing, and it's a street. There are cars in a street. And so when your character comes eye level because traffic is slowed or almost stopped for a lot, waiting for that light to change, your eyes dart over there. You can see it, the windows partially rolled down. And it's only a guy and his girl in the car. It's a simple Toyota truck. And you're not that concerned with really the make and model as much as it is how fast you can get over there. And they're completely oblivious. If there were ever a place where people drive around like it doesn't matter because they're protected, the police will save them, it's this town. And you tell me, Tom.
I don't think Tom would go for an open truck.
You don't think Tom in the Path of Night would go for an open truck?
No. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like a bad move, like even from like a Predator perspective, to like get like.
So what I can tell you is that you're not playing Camarilla, nor are you playing Anarchs. You're playing the villains. And I think players forget this quite a bit. You may be a protagonist, but you're literally the enemy to everything that exists in the normal world of darkness. You guys are the monsters. Your path and ideologies make you different. Your knee-jerk reaction to snatch someone out of a truck to feed from them, that's pretty commonplace. It truly is. For somebody on your path, you might have planned a bigger, like a bloodbath. You might have collected people who were villainous to show them what real evil was, and made a night of it, slowly torturing them. If you're a fan of the movie Near Dark, I showed you a clip of that. You absolutely would have went to a rockabilly bar, closed it in, and tortured everybody as you fed from them. Right? Because to you, nobody in there is innocent. Doesn't matter. Life's easy. Comes quick, goes even faster, if you know what to do. And this is one of those moments, though. Your beast, the one that you don't keep in check, right? Because when you feel it, you go with it. Instinct is part of what you do, is knowing what you are. And what greater evil is there than you anyway? Right? You believe you're a demon. All vampires are. That's what that path espouses, an evil that just is primordial more than anything else. So there's an innocence there. You do what you do because you're meant to. That's another way to look at it. Now, you can definitely fight it. I'm just making sure you're aware. It does feel off the time that you would resist at all. There are initiatives or stuff your pack agreed to. You are with your pack. You're trying to make sense of it. I get why the player doesn't want to do this right here, right now. However, I would also like to point out, these guys played with you knowing what path you were playing. And we're accepting all that comes with. So it may be to them, you have to give it up to Jesus, as it said. Right? Is what I'm recommending. But I totally understand and won't stop you at all. If you want to say, well, how about that willpower you just got back? As you walk off a different direction to let the beast hopefully find something different. And you'll take 2 stains.
No, I understand what you're saying now. No, Tom would just, understanding now, Tom would just keep walking towards the truck and just, like going off. He's like, yeah, he's like, Santo Domingo, don't like me. Motherfucker crashed the car, got us all. Which one you want the girl? It's like, that one's mine.
I'll move on the girl on the other side.
Right. So Warren, you raise your hand to like, hey, duck this, duck this, as the gesture seemed.
Nah, I was just gonna jump in there and say we're right in front of where we live in a town that's not ours.
Right. So
I will try to
words. Oh, you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm telling you. I'm saying I need to get in between because I can see what's about to happen. It just happened to me, and this is no bueno. Tom. Matter of fact, where's my thing? Can I roll the pop off and hope it can distract him long enough for me to put my hands on him?
Here's what I love about it. Absolutely. Right. We're not gonna worry about it. I'll give you all. I think it's fair as you're trying to make sense and reach that deep, deep part of him, right? What I need you to do though, you need to really convince him.
Shit.
You roll your resolve composure, Tom. You're gonna add 2 dice for your beast. And that's simple. I mean, the hunger is real.
Do hunger dice go into resolve composure?
No.
Okay.
What I said is you're hungry. That's all. No, the resolve composure roll itself, no, it never does. You won't have to worry about that. For you, Mike, as you're rolling for Warren, you're trying to do a pretty powerful convincing here. To somebody that follows and obeys their instincts, he'll hold the weight of the bonus dice. I won't penalize you for the roll, but you're really trying a charisma persuasion. And don't forget to include your presence dice. It's what I'll let you do.
I'm rooting for you, Warren.
Christ on a cracker. I think I'm at correct me if I'm wrong.
So much like you expect, he's weakened, he's hungry. His instincts are what he's obeying.
Mm-hmm.
Tom's talking normal, but he makes a lot of freaking sense. And it's not lost on you, Tom, that Ramsey, at least he can follow a fucking order, right? You were like, which one of you wants the girl? What? Ramsey's already at the side of the door. Like she wasn't getting a step away from what was about to happen. And it's relieving. It's when you hear Warren, hey guys, we're out front. Like, and this rationale hits you. It's not a fascination like, oh my God, I was whammied, hit with the power. It's that he has a really convincing argument, right? Because Mike's character, Warren, is smart enough to include the fact that, hey, we're right by where we live. We know like the river walk has people walking around all the time. So we can either feed once right here, and that's that. And whatever trouble comes, or we can go somewhere we could at least leave the mess in the dumpster. Like, it doesn't have to be here, and you could feed longer and take your time. And that's key for you right there, Tom. Take your time, more blood. He kind of has a point. She looks like maybe she's one of those CrossFit people. And then actually the guy looks like maybe he's like a pro volleyball. You don't even know. A little stringy. They're both not exactly bloods. We need bigger people. We need people who just, slow moving people. We need people who like sugar candy and wouldn't bother to get off the bench to turn around and pick something up that fell, let alone would run from you. You need slow moving big people to feed from. His thoughts into your head, Tom, as you go walking back towards Warren.
How about I grab the car? Yeah? Car? Wait right here. I'm going to tear ass going to get the car.
So, Ramsey's, you're by these people, and they're looking at you because you did just stalk up on a car at an intersection. They turns, they start going, and you just do the whole, have a good day. Just you were close, right? You know how freaking close. As traffic goes away, you get honked at, right? Because people don't move on because you're in the way. You're like, oh, sorry, harmony in the city. Be well. As you get off of the street to see Warren, I'll get the car. What do you think? Going for a walk now means we need a vehicle. You get a car. For everyone else, it's a few uncomfortable minutes you're sitting out here as you hear him screech out from the garage, and he rolls up in a vehicle. What vehicle does Warren drive?
Probably like a Camry that's a little bit too old to be stylish, right? Something he might have held on to from college, not clear.
So it's comforting to know that 3 people do fit in the back and 2 in the front. And that's there. It's weird though, Tom. I'm gonna go on a limb here. Is Tom sitting in the middle in the back, folks?
I don't imagine it. I can't see that.
I wouldn't.
He's-
I'd be like, Tom has to sit in the front.
Tom
Yeah.
rides shotgun.
Yeah.
I'll drive.
I'm supposed to technically be the navigator, but we're going to the Riverwalk from here. I don't think I'm needed to plot the way.
Yeah, you don't. And smartphones.
Yeah.
Right? There are map devices. There are things. There's a lot of ways that where you may be the navigator, but unless Magellan, we're going across some uncharted jungle territory, which you would be needed. Like stellarly, they're going to be okay. So, but now you have the wonderful, wonderful thing, Warren. Everyone's in the vehicle. No one's using their seatbelt because we're Sabat.
Seatbelts are for chumps.
Seatbelts are cammy bullshit.
Now I feel like a villain.
Sergey, Warren won't even interrupt you or take a pause if you go to hop in the driver's seat. He just gets out, sits behind you, the car running, no big deal.
You have
All
no
right.
problem starting the car. No problem with it going. What we're saying is, help me with your next scene. I am the ST granted, but currently you guys have an agenda and some pack stuff we're feeling and we're kind of sorting through. And just to give you a recap, because you may need it, you've finally got your ductus up. You got a taste of what the vinculum is for you and how it's done and the importance of it. Your priest role was affirmed as why they're important, right? That guilt you guys felt, all that impairment, that stuff that was holding you back. Yes, the Vaulderie helps clean that up, even the words he said. Even that almost fight where you went out to the balcony and he came out, they all came out to show unity. That worked. But you're right now seeing it missed Tom. Tom was sleeping when that happened. He didn't get that. But already I can tell you the results. 4 of you are operating as a pack and are together. Tom still feels like he's on a different wavelength here for the moment. But you're all in a car at least. You convinced Tom to go that far. What's the next steps here?
As he drives, where did you say we were? Where did you suggest we were going to get food?
Somewhere dark. Riverwalk seems like a good idea. We could go outside of Naperville, but that seems like it'd be a while. I should be able to do this. Wait a minute. Oh, can I roll intelligence streetwise to pick a spot that is intelligent and streetwise?
My friend, none more important than this. I still need to know what you're looking for. Right? I'd love to have you roll streetwise, but I need you to articulate why.
So what he's thinking is, well, somewhere similar to where you described, right? Not, a dark alley full of sleeping coma patients, right? But somewhere he thinks with a dumpster, people and a dumpster, or so many vehicles that something happening on a concrete floor that's violent and gory wouldn't be noticed.
So cities have common things, right? Suburbs have common things too.
Yeah.
Of common things that you're aware of, what common place would you like to go to that might fit that parameter?
Back end of a strip mall or a movie theater.
There you go. Real simple. Back end of a movie theater is doable. That's because that they do have an AMC 30 built into a mall that's here, but this is like an ultra mall. Like, yeah, that AMC 30 is part of the mall, but they also have looks like a Chick-fil-A built in there. They have a Cheesecake Factory, which you haven't heard of it. Sounds like it does. It's a lot of gourmet dishes, apparently ultra popular because there's a lot of traffic around this mall near the eatery section. The movie theater, even more so. As you have kids, teens, doesn't matter, and adults coming to watch what are latest and greatest to go do. But they're all outside of their cars walking around because the lobby's enjoyable. They can drink in this lobby, and apparently people have loot to do so. I don't mean drink like soda, right? The bar's hopping up there. That's good to go. However, there is a back to park on the opposite side of the movie theater, which as you cruise back there, all you can see is a little more quiet. There are definite cars back here, and you'll see, about 2 or 3 couples or just people together. You can assume the relationship all you like. Are heading to the front, walking to the front to catch that movie. Everyone loves seeing the pre-commercials before you start the film. I suddenly couldn't remember what they're called commonly, but you know what I mean.
Trailers.
Preview. Couldn't remember it suddenly. But the previews are where it's at when you go to a theater, right? Everyone wants to see those and enjoy that. And who doesn't love the lobby titillation as they brag about their desserts, right, and whatnot? That whole thing is tiresome to even think about. You guys are not old. That's the one thing I want to hammer home. You're well aware of that movie experience, but this gives you an advantage at this mall because you're also aware, Warren, someone's going to be pissed if they're working the shift that night instead of watching the latest film. They're probably going to go out back to throw out trash and kill more time on the clock, to throw stuff in the dumpster. That's a great spot. You also know that there are people here who are probably friends hanging out, kids in the neighborhood. They're going to have to walk back home. There's a nice wooded path that's back here. What looks like maybe once was swamp drained, and then they built up, commercialization around it to make way for the land. You could see kids knowing a pathway to get through that quicker to get to a subdivision. That's possible. There's all sorts back here. Opportunity is here. And as you guys park, waiting just like anybody else, no one cares you're here. That's the best part. No one's looking at you. All the attention's the bright lights, the big signs, the smells, and previews, man.
Well, I mean, taking in the area based on that description, I would look. I guess look to my right or left, doesn't matter. Look to my side, Ramsey. What you think, man? Wooded path shouldn't be dark. Might get lucky, huh? Me and you.
So, okay, so you brought me here to just turn me loose as a.
No. I'm coming with, right?
That's
we have
just
to watch
striking
Tom.
me weird. It's like you had this idea. No, okay.
Me and you, right? We go up there. We do what we got to do, right? We bring the food back. So, Tom's not on edge because he hadn't been fed. I know how that feels. We can help. We can.
Ramsey, he's ordering pizza.
Yeah. What I'm thinking right now is looking at this Google map real quick. We can just go through the wooded area and then go to some of these crap ton of houses just back here. We could just pick one.
Houses. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Let's go. We're gonna hop out. I'm gonna hop out of the back seat. The Gold Bob. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You about to say
I
something?
don't know what that look is, Ramsey. I'm watching Brentron like slack-jawed. Brentron, you're incredibly sarcastic. I get that.
I'm not trying to be. I'm honestly not. That's not intentional.
But your character's a man of action. If you're telling him to walk through the wooded area, he's clearly looking to go. The player is waiting for you, the player, to be like, yeah, we're gonna hop out. I'll start scouting. What are you doing?
Okay, that's what we're doing. Then I will do that. I will use Silence of Death as well. That's the one.
So I understand this correctly, I guess, for myself, Parker, and Tom. They're having this conversation in the vehicle. We drove all the way to the mall, and now they're saying we're walking through the woods. Or you two are walking through the woods.
They're heading towards the woods there.
It's like 50 feet. You can see the houses.
Then we're going together, because that's the point, right?
Then come along.
He'll have this blank stare as he just takes a look in the mirror, right? Like the person in the vehicle just looking back at you without blinking, that blank stare, and he's like, "We're going to get out of the car. We're going to let Tom decide what his appetizer, entree, and dessert are going to be, and we're going to do it together as a unit. Are we understood?"
So, Tom, they're having this discussion, right? Priest has laid out what's going on. And, one pack member's kind of standing there next to the vehicle trying to figure it out. And a CEO he might be, but let's just say he must be like you, cut from the same Lasombra cloth. What the hell are these people talking about? Right? They're out here. We're going to go over here. We pull up to a mall. We're here. That's why we're here. Tom, all you can think about is the fact that there are two people right here. Two people in the parking lot you've spotted. You're pretty positive they're making out in the back of this car. And all you can do is think about it. In fact, you can imagine sniffing the air, that initial musk that must be there, sweat of two bodies, memories are keying up in you about that sizzle fest and how they don't pay attention to anything, right? One lover's too nervous to be touched. The other one wants to be touched, but was waiting for it all night. Whatever the situation is, lovers are that way and they're completely vulnerable. You don't know the age and you don't care to because you can see the telltale mist that's built up a little bit on the window, just enough. It's an exciting time. And apparently, if they're smart, somebody rolled down a window. So if it's a heavy petting session, doesn't mist up all the windows and be a dead giveaway. But no one can ever deal with that one pesky window their heads are at.
I'm just gonna like while this conversation's going on and hearing the surrogate talk about I get to pick my entree and everything, Tom will smile, like look back, and he'll be like, "Now, kids, listen to your mother," and he'll point at that car. He's like, "That's what I want right there." He's like, "And I'm gonna get what I want." He's gonna start walking towards the car.
I'm
Walking towards it as well.
Yep, we're gonna take whatever side Tom isn't on, so they can't run off. If they get away from me, they're bad motherfuckers.
Well, what's curious about that is you're looking for something other than whoops for them. It's not going to happen. These people are young adults at best, right? Maybe 17, 18. If you're lucky, someone has dad's car. You don't care. Tom gives in because I know the guy, and that's just what happens when he gets within grabbing distance. It's a sprint. He snakes his body in there, and no, the window wasn't open. It snaps loud enough that anybody paying attention would have heard it, but maybe it sounded like a broken bottle at distance as well. It's the scream that the guy lets out as he pulls him back violently and just snaps his fangs into his neck and begins feeding right there on the spot. The girl is trying to get out from under this guy. She's not nude. They were just lovers necking. That's what happens. And it's of ill consequence unless you guys let her get out and run.
No.
Hell no.
I will go to the other side of the car, and when she tries to get out, I will grab her. And I'll feed because I'm at hunger 3. Mm-hmm. Pretty thirsty boy
Sure.
myself.
There's screams and they get cut short as your bite latches on her and the kiss does what it does. They're feeding one who won't be stopped or denied, and the other one who's lost in the kiss. You three doing anything different?
Just keep an eye out. Let them get their fill.
So here's the callousness. I described to you all this activity going on, movie theater, stuff like that, all this stuff. The only difficult part you have is surrogate. We'll give it to you. On that back road, the same one you guys took, you will see that there's traffic, right? Described them all hopping, described there was eateries and people are here. You're not the first people to decide to cruise a lot to look for a parking spot. Some folks aren't afraid of parking the back end of a theater if it means they could just walk on over where they want to go to get a bite to eat, right? It's not like you're walking miles to get there, so it's no big deal. Probably surmise they're going to wait in line anyway. But they're going slow enough at the traffic back here that they may notice, well, quite frankly, Ramsey looks like he grabbed some girl and is biting her neck, hunched down over her, doing something nefarious, as her legs are kind of awkward. She does not look like she's somebody who volunteered for what happened to her, right? Or she passed out and he's the most awkward postured doctor ever, right? That's in other words, it'd be curious. You can see that. For you, Michelli, having a La Sombra hang out a window snacking on some guy's neck doesn't look great, no matter how you put it, right? This guy's legs aren't kicking or nothing like that, and your ductus has a firm grip. But he's definitely distracted. This close, there's gulps that he took in initially, and now there's just slow suckage. And I hate to put it that way, but we all know what a gentle. If you've ever had a slushie and you ate it without a straw, right? As it slides to your lips, you can't eat it too fast because then you get the brain freeze, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're just slowly
right.
enjoying that slow trickle. That's what Tom's doing.
Surrogate's gonna motion to the car, and he'll be like, "I'll drive this car," and he'll look at Warren and Parker, and he's like, "You two get our guest inside of it, and we'll mosey on off."
Yep. Most Ricky Tick. Not a word.
I'll grab the legs.
Help me out. I'll grab the legs. What does this mean?
Picking them up, putting them in the vehicle.
Who are you picking up?
I'll help the man that I believe it's the guy that Tom is holding. I'm going to try and get them into the vehicle.
All right. So imagine there's a vehicle. There are two people in there necking, right? Tom broke the glass, and he's the one who's hanging out of the window.
Oh.
In that case, push Tom in. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's not the most. Yeah, I'm gonna grab Tom and try and put him in the vehicle through
When
the
you
window.
put a foot near Tom, like you're about to touch, he will snake around. His eyes are white. He's not in control, and you can tell that as his fangs distend out and gives a warning snarl on par of that of a lion. He will kill you before he lets you interrupt his meal. Do you persist to grab him?
No, I'm gonna take a full stop and step back. Guys,
As you do that, and you back off, which is clearly what his beast wanted, his beast wants to make sure you can't creep up on him again. And you'll see him snake into the car the rest of the way. I keep saying snake, but it's because his limbs bend awkwardly, right? And no human would do this, right? You would open the door and hop in or fully hop in. He enters in head first, wiggles his feet a bit, and just pulls him inside to hunch over this guy where he keeps one eye on you, Michelli, because he knows you're there and you tried to come forward before. As this time, he rips open the rest of this guy's neck to get at even more blood as he resumes his meal. He's in the car.
he's just gonna go. Guys, drive.
But Tom's in the driver's side, right? Like he attacked the gentleman. Oh, are they in the back seat? That's a
They're in
better
the back
question.
seat, right?
Oh, perfect.
So this is a simple SUV, right? We'll just give you that. It didn't really matter make model, nothing like that. Definitely space for people to put people in the back of things. They were making out,
Mhm.
right? Tom has interrupted that effectively. However, on the other side, Ramsey, who has a girl pulled out on the ground. Well, I shouldn't say pulled out. She opened the door to try to run, and Ramsey was there to intercept, but he's hunched over her. Surrogate Warren, you definitely saw what happened with Tom. Who's approaching Ramsey? I would remind you, of the two, Ramsey would be the one I worry about. But at least it seemed like he was in control when he was feeding.
Warren will say, Ramsey, in the car. And see what effect that has from speaking distance.
It's unfortunate. Go ahead, Brenshon.
I was gonna say, for the he's too enraptured in feeding right now. Just yelling at him like a dog that's supposed to sit down is not gonna elicit a reaction.
Fair enough, but I am curious. Was your intent to just feed till full, or were you just killing her outright?
Feed till full.
Okay. So timing being what it is, you will have fed enough to where you're not completely enthralled with it, right? Being at one hunger at this point.
Okay.
As you glance up to hear him talking, and you comically just pull your fangs out, her blood's rolling out a little bit, and you stare at him. What's he talking about? You were aware of a mumbling, maybe he tried to shout or whatever, but you can see what they can't as they're standing over you. There's a look. One dude is in the car, that same car the surrogate was watching pull up. It's just say it's a blue, I like Civic. We'll just keep it in the frame of that. ST's terrible at remembering cars. Just be like, it's a weird compact car. But anyway, guy's pulling up. What you could tell is that he has a Chick-fil-A outfit on, and the car smells like weed. Right, the windows rolled down, and like he was coming back probably from a break. Maybe, who cares? The point is, you're done feeding in this chick. You don't know why he stopped, but he did. And this guy doesn't have a camera phone around. He's like, looks out, sees you, look up at him. He's like, whoa, okay. He'll start driving.
Yeah. I will drop her. We're still in a parking lot. He's not going 45 miles per hour. I'm gonna try to go after that car.
So from 0 to got your ass is what you're trying to do.
And it's what I'm trying to do. We'll see how good he is at this.
Doth thou possess any speed-altering amazement?
No.
Sir, we're simply going to rely on good old natural feet don't fail me now.
Yeah.
How would you try to stop this guy in a car? Mr. Michelli, I see your hand raised. What's up?
Would I be able to use Oblivion to hold the car in place to buy him a second or two?
What I will ask is, would you be able to use Oblivion to hold that car in place for a second or two?
Back here or behind a theater? No, there probably aren't any shadows on it, so probably not.
At night, with lights, there'd be no shadows on an object. Yes, there would. Right? You know that. What I'm telling you is that you're asking me if you can do something. I want to hear an action.
Okay, I'm going to attempt.
Right? Because here's why. You know you could do it. You can summon tendrils. You just don't know the outcome.
Sure. Yeah.
That's it. So if you think that's what your character wants to do, let's do that. I would give you an option though, Mr. Michello. What's more immediate? You are a hands-on kind of guy, a realist. You could do what you don't know what your packmate's doing yet, other than he's sprinting, right? He's trying to gain speed to get at that vehicle definite. It's not far enough to get away from you that you can leap to it.
Oh, it's not?
No.
I would make the leap for the vehicle instinctively.
I personally like that ploy a little better. It just makes a little more solid sense. Anybody else?
I'm getting into the SUV.
Right, you're falling through the play. I just want to see that. You're folding the girl up and putting her in the car, is what I'm assuming. So Sarah gets stuff in the body, and Warren's doing this. We're on with the woods. To the
Mike,
car.
you're muted.
Sure. 2 people.
Yes, muted. Don't judge me right now, okay? I don't need that. If I have the wherewithal to pick all that up, Bob, I'm totally gonna chase that car. I'm gonna hop and aim for the windshield.
So you want to hop. I'm trying to help you guys out, right? You're doing something I think is hysterical. It's like we're playing an improv game that isn't Vampire the Masquerade. We're just playing an improv.
Okay, I'll rephrase. I can rephrase.
And I'm going to tackle the toe of the Green Giant, and he'll drop his beans right in the car. I would go, why is the Green Giant there? Why are we dropping beans? And I'd be, no, but you can't do that. I would say, all right, and it works, right? Look at your sheet.
I was just about to say I can rephrase. I would like to use Soaring Leap to bound and launch myself into the windshield of that car, ideally hitting the driver, but at least rendering it undrivable.
So what I'm going to say that Warren is definitely make more sense for you to do, as this person is taking off, right? This guy's shocked, whatever it is. And you see one packmate literally moving to run. It looks like they're both sprinting. It's not like you sat back to watch them and they had a good lap to take to go. We're hearing what their actions and intents are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as one is about to leap through the air, another one is running. You don't even know he's going to leap through the air, but it looks like he's squatting to do something. You can infer. These guys move slow. Why is that? To Warren.
Oh, because Warren has the gift of celerity.
Thank you.
That makes them seem delayed when he springs
and
into
this
action.
Is V5. Celerity's boss. Like, all powers matter here. Now it's your choice. Whether Lasombra have to default to either shadows or leaping, and he's hoping to catch it, that car isn't fast by a sight. Right? That driver's reflexes are nowhere as good as you can get. So if your intent was to interrupt this whole process all along, let me know what you're doing.
Well, as I see them delay, that changes things, right? It's like, oh, this is one of those. He already had his window down because he saw what was going to. I'm gonna just blast him right in the jaw. Try to turn the lights off before maybe the car's in drive, but he won't get in second gear.
Okay, which level celerity would you like to use?
I think it's fleetness level 2, but let me confirm. What 4 seconds?
That dude ain't serving any more of the Lord's chicken.
No. It's rapid. It's the first level. It's rapid reflexes.
Okay. Wise choice. I will explain. On one end, well, we'll see what you do. You do rush forward, and you may hit this guy, but we got to remember, Warren's more smart than that as well, right? And he has time. As Warren rushes up to the car to hit this guy, and we'll say you give him a quick jab, but that doesn't make as much sense as when you jab him, you just turn the keys to shut the car off. Right? It's literally that. He gets hit to get stunned and you shut it off. Now, this guy was stoned too on top of it, right? So after he gets jabbed and you shut the car off, then Michelli lands in the hood of this car as it just shatters the window out, and he drops to a knee to scramble in to grab said guy. On top of it, you have Ramsey who runs like at a good clip to get there moments after him to come up to the back end, and Ramsey deliberately stabs something into the back tire. As you hear it hiss, gets ripped open, and slips that item back into his pocket. As there's no way this guy's getting away. However, it's only been maybe a blink of an eye, right? A few seconds, a heartbeat, if you will. And this guy has been hit, and you just hear him. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I had to work tonight. I thought LARP was canceled.
Just attempt to shit him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're just shushing him, okay?
Oh my god!
Surrogate's gonna look over at, put him in the trunk.
Thought LARP was canceled.
Yeah, we'll start carrying him to the trunk.
So there's no question if you can overpower this guy. You told him to be quiet, and now he's like, I'm sorry. When he recognizes you're not anyone from his troop, can we talk about as you grab him and pull him out? And he does try to put up a fight for all of a few seconds. And why I say that is because this guy actually may know how to fight with a weapon, right? He actually tries to grab something from his back seat. It looks like a wooden boken, right? As you actually pull him out and he has it. And real quick, Warren, you slap him, right? You went from a jab and then he goes for the boken. You're like, what are you? Whack! And hit him in the head and he'll just start crying. I'm sorry. You should fight like men. It should be an honorable duel. I need a car. I need it for work. As you drag him out.
I will follow the surrogate's instruction and put him in the rearmost of the SUV. And since it's an SUV, I will climb back there with him to keep him chilled out.
What's weird, the guy you slap and Meese is blubbering. He's like, help! Right? Because this is what people do. Welcome to being a kidnapper. People who are gagged and you don't do it right, they're fighting, and when they can't do the fight, they're then screaming for help as you're dragging them across the parking lot. Ramsey, I heard
already.
Yeah, I'm gonna rip his throat out if he's yelling.
Well, he's
not gonna stop you.
He certainly was yelling. I think we understand what Ramsey's problem is.
He likes throats. He's got a throat addiction.
Not impulse control, though. I will tell you that right now.
Yeah.
So, barring any magical way to do that, you're ripping out his throat you're just going to bite his throat out?
Yeah, that sounds like a way to do it for me.
So you understand how awkward this is. I'm certain everybody thought he wolf clawed out, not that gangrel. But he certainly, as you have him and dragging him across, he just grabs his neck, forces it back, bites, and tears. This guy is bleeding. It's a horrible gurgling sound as he's dead weight in your hands that you can't even hold up easily, Warren, as you got to let him kind of fall unless you're going to redouble your efforts to lift him up.
I mean, ain't no pressure now. He's not making any noise. Surrogate wants him in the trunk. He goes in the trunk.
Oh, he's making a noise.
With the gurgling. That's different. That's not like, help me.
But let's just say when you rip out someone's windpipe and the shock's there, and they're trying to breathe and it can't, and then stuff's filling up their lung, they're not dying from the mass trauma or even initial shock as they will before asphyxiation takes them, as the fluid fills them up. It's a horrible sucking noise, right? It's sort of a that you can hear. Now, this is not loud, like it's echoing across the parking lot. It is enough for anybody who might be nearby, hiding in a car. Maybe you're on this main road. Fuck it. You got him dead. You're putting him in the back of a car. You're good to go. Now, for those looking around, and I'll give this to the surrogate. Yes, you get the girl in the back situated. Get some others in the back. You did see people. You'll see a worker that did walk out and look, and you gave him the smile, right? Nod your head. Okay, he went back. Later on, you soon moments later, probably after that kid was yelling, someone came walking out. However, at this point, you're stuffing another guy in the car. That same worker will come over and look, and this time apply a flashlight, looking around in between cars. What are you guys doing back there? Sort of looking at his face. But none of you are trying to get into the theater, which is what he cares about. So he'll even come outside to have a cigarette, you'll see. He stands out there like it matters. And by a cigarette, puff from his e-cig, and enjoying it for the moment, thinking he has this authority, right? That's what you do. The guy's maybe 6'1", average build, no big deal, but his hair's kind of hanging down in front of him on one side, similar to your haircut there, DJ. It's all the rage, at least in this mall. But more importantly, He has the AMC shirt on, tucked in. That must denote some sort of rank. And he also has this like utility belt on. Has some keys to it. Flashlight, you can see where he pulled it out. Just a small mag light. That's it. But it's enough for him to posture up and even check. And then you realize he's just going to kill time to smoke a cigarette.
If he doesn't seem like a threat, I'll simply say, I'm taking this car. You take the others. Tom and I will find a way back.
Are you sure?
And what was that sound? Please tell me you didn't get rid of the tribute that we were going to present our host.
What?
I said get him in the trunk, right?
Yeah.
He's in the trunk.
Did I ever say kill him?
No.
Why would we not?
Food for later, and or specifically, this was supposed to be tribute to our host.
Well, Warren will hop back into the camera.
Yeah.
It's too fucking late now. We'll deal with it another time.
So, just to help you out and get everybody in queue, it seems like there's some, don't want this confused. What he did was use the SUV, right? Because that's what Tom is in. He's in the backseat of finishing up his meal. The lady was put in the back by a surrogate.
Right.
You guys have to bring him over. The closest vehicle would be this SUV. But just to get everybody on the board, you'll see Warren break off. Okay, all right, we weren't supposed to kill it. Got it. Goes walking over to the Camry because you did arrive in one. So that's making sure that's everybody.
All right.
Most of you SUV in the Camry solo.
I
thought that the surrogate said you guys take the other car so we don't leave it here and we'll meet back up.
I'm not sure what he said. I'm just making sure I had that right. Like, getting everybody a recap. You're going to the Camry. Everyone's still in the SUV. I didn't hear them say what they're doing. Is what I'm pointing out.
I will go with Warren.
I'll take the vehicle we first came in then.
All right. For that matter, driving back, I'm assuming.
I'm gonna follow surrogate. He said we were gonna.
All right, surrogate. Where are we going?
Being the type of person I am, I need to find a location where I could probably ditch this vehicle and get rid of all of evidence.
Well, for applying that logic, let me run you through the numbers. People saw you in this parking lot. Killing someone here, not a bright idea. Sure, they may be ducked down in cars, hiding. You would make a game of hide and go seek, honestly. If you're kidnapping someone from here, you have moments. Inside of 30 seconds. And that's it. You have to disrupt a scene like this, grab a victim, and go without anybody noticing. If it happened in that short of time, yes, I would agree with you. However, you had the Hellzone X-Men jump and rip up a driver and brought him back. Granted, it was fast, but it was also brutal, right? And drug him back apart and like dumping his blood on the ground. There were things that happened to where your instinct said someone, even if it's a little girl or a little boy who saw something, is going to have some interesting things to say to some parents, assuming they're not inside. It's also possible that people inside during a beer waiting in line heard that kid yell, came over to see, but then looking like someone was getting their ass beat, maybe let it go. Maybe they called the police. They're just not here yet. There's a lot of things that go into it. You're warranting in ditching the vehicle 100%. Around this place, any vehicle left standalone on the side is going to get checked by a cop doing their job. 100%. A good Samaritan is more likely to happen in this town. You know that. You would have to drive somewhere, maybe somewhere bad. Maybe somebody knows where the bad parts of the city are. Take that risk. However, you get pulled over, assuming you can handle it well. Yeah, you could be all right. You wave your hands in the air. That the moment you start assuming you're going to get caught, you will. And if you take too long to decide what you do, you definitely up the chances they catch up with you.
Mm-hmm.
So your choices are simple. You can either go for another suburb and just play a game and drop the body on the way, or you can go to a park, go for a long walk in it, maybe dump the body that way. If they're going to find it one way or another, there you go. You're not that far from the Illinois River. You could take a trip.
The river
see if
sounds
you
like
get away
it.
dumping it in.
Yep.
However, are you immortal? Of course not. There's some things that you can do that others can't. First and foremost is the ability not to care at all. We could say the evidence left behind is questionable because, well, let's do the math. Tom, who's about finished, you can tell that because he stopped probably about 2 or 3 minutes ago of just slurping. Now he just takes one finger and gets a casual lick off as you'll see him sitting back enjoying the actual air that's whipping through the car for the moment. Pushes the body off of him and Tom's himself. But you're wondering more than anything, if I'm so concerned about getting caught, we just did the wrong things, right? So would it really matter how you got rid of the bodies, but that you did get rid of them is the important thing? Or if you ditched a car or didn't ditch a car? Just helping you out. You're literally pulling reasons and non-reasons to think this through.
Of course. I think he doesn't care that they killed or where they killed. He just wants to buy them time. It's just get rid of, this. There's a trash can, you throw the garbage in there, right? That's what he just throw them somewhere out of way, even if it means just buying them time.
It's not as hard as you think. The simple fact that you were able to roll up to a dumpster and handle it is even simpler, right? They have these 24-hour car wash stations. You walk up, dump your coins in, or now you can scan your card, which is pretty nifty, and they'll activate. You can wash off whatever you want to wash off. The surrogate, being who he is, highly intelligent, he decided to do that. You pull up the SUV in one slot, pull up the Camry in the other, and you do the smartest thing. You don't do shit to the SUV, but start saturating it with soap. Right? And put two and two together with what you have here and what you built. Your character's smart enough to do it. I don't even think he needs to roll. As you get everybody to get out, to head over to the Camry, stopping Ramsey, of course, to hit him with water. As Ramsey, you're getting hit with hot water that you can feel is just pushing the mess off of you. Ripping out someone's throat comes with certain things, blood being, I would say, the most telling.
Mm-hmm.
However, this helps out a lot. But you guys watch Marvel as he clicks it over to a wax setting. He starts spewing this weird rainbowish color fluid all on the inside of the vehicle, hitting the bodies in the back, switching it over to hot water, does it again, hits it one more time and does the cycle all over again. Definitely stopping when he sees a car going by. And you guys do see one cop that will go by. But guess what? It's amazing. You're in a 24-hour car place where you can wash your vehicles. And there's two vehicles here. And one group is standing outside of a Camry, another one outside of an SUV. Bullet holes aren't in it. Blood didn't saturate the outside of the car. You're pretty golden. And you will, as effective as if you left this, they're going to find it anyway, right? But good luck putting any evidence piecing together after you've hot waxed deluxe the inside of this vehicle twice.
Well, this is a good trick to learn, I guess.
Before we think this is a special trick, what this is how do you annoy investigators? He doesn't even know if it work. It's annoying. Folks, he is not a crime scene expert, right? You would need one to know that. Like the casual asking of that question, the only answer is, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
If you don't know. And we don't know what year a cold case file is going to pick up. It was weird. Her throat was ripped out. Did you know the guy's throat was ripped out too? Right? Which should be worried about. Vampires, vampire. Right? And I honestly don't think you guys would be that concerned with it because you haven't yet. So the fact that they're there in the back and you watched, you did what you did, that's what you focus on. So at least you're left to your own devices here. For the moment, I have no problem piling back into the Camry.
Ductus, you had some things on your mind before we stopped off for some fast food.
Woo! Feel a hell of a lot better, boys. Thank you for accompanying me on my trip out to get a little bite to eat. The first order of business, we can't go back to that haven. That ain't gonna be like that. He's gonna fucking try and kill me and probably Mr. Parker too. If I was a gambling man, which I am. So I'm willing to bet that yeah, I'm not welcome there.
If I may offer you a counterpoint, if he was going to kill you, why didn't he? Number one. Number two, does the Inquisition, that word mean things to you guys? It means something to me. As I said before, we went on our journey this evening. there is a meeting, right, an accountability coming from outside the pack, not from within. And the last thing we can afford to do is look like Sabat who run or evade or however you want to put that. We've been living in the same household for the last 2 or 3 days, and there hasn't been violence. Just a thought.
Hasn't been violence. Hasn't been violence.
Since the violence.
Where is your character sitting?
Presumably, I'm driving.
Oh, I thought he was driving.
I think I was still driving, so
Whoever. I mean,
yeah. So he's probably in the back seat in arm's reach. Just saying.
Nah, Tom's just gonna like roll his eyes and be like, "You got a question for everything, don't you, Warren?
yeah.
You got a problem with my authority. It doesn't
saying.
sit right with you, right?"
It pays to think about this thing.
Nah, it does pay to think, and I feel you, but it seems like you just want to shit on my ideas for the sake of shitting on them. You say there's no violence, but y'all, my boys woke me up from the violence.
Ductus, it is not the first time a Sabat member has beaten another one in the torpor. It is not supposed to happen. We are supposed to help as the Code of Milan dictates. However, he did not kill you because killing you would be against the Code of Milan. He does believe in that. And if he did speak of a Inquisition trial or investigation running from someone from another pack,
You want him dead?
of course not. That's why I don't want to run.
That's not what I asked. Tom, do you want Santo Domingo dead?
I'm just gonna shrug his shoulders and he's gonna say, "Look, y'all are talking about like I'm running. I'm just not trying to sleep in the same place as motherfuckers who tried to kill me. I don't want to go back saying, 'Thank you, sir. May I have another? Thank you for following the Code of Milan and not killing me.' How
So
gracious
he did
of
do
you."
that to you.
Yeah, Santo Domingo fucking beat the shit out of me just when he found out my clan.
Was it just because of your clan?
It was because of the pride I held in my clan. Didn't sit right with him. Called me Camarilla. Threw words like that around. He thinks I'm traitorous.
Oh, that fucker.
I'll tell you one thing. I was just trying to have a civil bite to eat. Ductus to ductus. Thought we could get a conversation going, but nah. The moment I said I was proud of my clan La Sombra, he slammed that car into a pole and came at me with a holy vengeance.
Well, then we knew this was coming, right? Somebody was going to call us traitors just for your clan. We accepted that. That's predictable.
Did we accept
Let
that?
me do a thing real quick, guys. This is for Brentron. This is for Mike.
Okay.
I understand we're role playing. When you get in the role and you back away from the mic, nobody can hear you. Like I can hear the mumbling, right? And it's very much in the distance. I know it's going to mess with things. And so where people can infer because they're looking at the camera, try to stay in a position where you can be picked up by your gear. That's all I'm saying.
All right, my bad. What I was trying to say was, we knew this was going to happen, right? Nobody's going to just forget or overlook because we say we're still loyal. I mean, from one perspective, whatever's coming, we could look at it as an opportunity and not a threat, right? Because if we survive scrutiny from whatever big bad trial that I'm sure is going to be terrible, this Miguel wants to put us through, you might be able to breathe easy about calling yourself La Sombra and not have to worry about getting ganked by people older than us every night, right? Whereas if we dip off and then later we say, well, no, we didn't leave Naperville. We just didn't want to sleep in the same space. I guarantee you the first thing they're going to say is, if he was going to kill you, why didn't he? Right there. They're not going to listen if we try to explain why we did anything other than what they say is acceptable, right? We got to find a way to roll with the punches. or not.
I'm all ears, Warren. I'm all ears for what you'd like to do. Because my suggestion as Ductus is that we find a new haven separate from theirs.
Yeah, I
not
don't
hide.
necessarily like the idea of our bedfellows having a target on the back of our heads.
And I don't know why you think that I would get a fair trial should the Inquisition come down to it, because I guarantee you, I will not.
Yeah, but if you're not going to get a fair trial, then we're going to die together anyway.
So I will give you here, Mike, in you, you do feel there's a loyalty here that you should be on his side, right? Understanding what it is. But you had a talk with Miguel. You heard what it is and how obstinate he was and what he observed. You're beginning to see why he saw it that way, and maybe he's not wrong.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I'm also, I guess, trying to express to Tom what I really believe is his best chance for survival. Because
I think you have. Right? I'm gonna let you know that. I think the banter now has gone on for a bit, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna speed this along a tad. I want to know intent. Like, I know Tom said it already. Wants to get a haven. We're separated. We want to do that. Haven't heard from Surrogate. Haven't heard from Ramsey. And I know it's backed by because I never remember Michelle's character. It's Parker. So that's fair. But really, it's you two who are feeling this. What are we doing? Not doing right now, right? The others are kind of filling in that role of peanut gallery support. So at this point, Warren, are you going to just go with what he said, but having said your piece, feel that's enough? Or are you making a line in the sand?
I'm not going to leave my pack. I've given the best advice I can give. I would hope that they would trust me as the talk to people, talk nice guy. They don't. I'm certainly not going to go back to the Haven by myself.
Fair enough. I will give you one stain, and this is for a conviction you have. But it's enough to be. There are issues. We'll deal with this at end of game. When we get there, we'll talk about it. But it's definitely there. I'll even tell you what it's on. Right? It's that authority must be accountable.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, all right.
No. Authority must be accountable, as you told me. Tom is not accepting responsibility on his involvement here at all. You're trying to tell him play nice. You haven't heard one as to why it happened or what was said to lead up to it. Now, and you have both sides of the story. To remind Mike, when you asked Hannah Domingo, what did he tell you? He told you flat out this guy seems to be a Camarilla spy. He seems to be the Somber who defected. Right? And what he asked you was, he grilled you, how much do you know him? Where's he from? What's he like? Has he been this way before? He's described as aloof, and you couldn't answer those questions. You couldn't, right? And so he thought that was suspect. Rightly so. Who wouldn't? How is he in your pack and you don't know him? Right? Is what he said. But he left you there and he obeyed your wish to let you deal with it. You guys have him to deal with it. I need Warren to understand that. But accordingly, as all things being fair and equitable, according to that touchstone, that conviction, your Ductus isn't being accountable for shit. He's telling you was assaulted, that was that, and we're going to go get a haven and screw those guys. Driving a wedge between you and a mala you earned for your pack.
Yeah, how do I provoke that accountability other than the way I was just trying to do?
So understanding how convictions work, it's not for me to tell you how your character should take on that war, but we can't ignore it either, and that's why you take a stand, right? That's the point.
Well, right, but that was my reason. Like, that's what I'm trying to get him
to help you with that, right? It's how many times in life have you get hit with a law or a ticket, or they say, hey, you're guilty of this, and you're like, man, I got a story, I got a whole thing about this that I would get into, but it's just going to cause a further problem and a further issue. I just don't know how to deal with this right now. I'm going to spend time and think about it. That's actually what a conviction is doing. You would stand up and have an argument and have that way, but you could see that going worse. And so you got to eat it, right? For sake of going on in the hopes that later on you could see a way through it. Now, if you're telling me you don't want to take that stand, I just need to hear the action you're taking. but I certainly am not going to walk you through it for one reason. I think it's very realistic that Warren would be conflicted by a Vinculum, right? As to actually get in his ductus way after your ductus is proving to be heated, that you're even talking to him, right? So if you want to pick that spot, you can, but at the same time, you got to eat a little bit to be able to deal with it later.
I think that my last play would be a long shot, right? And I'll turn to the surrogate and say, um, look, man, you're the clergy, right? You know how the Sabbat gets down when they think loyalties in question. This is not gonna go well. And I'm gonna remind you that I told you if we don't do something about the situation at home before we try to strike out on our own.
I like it. I'm going to give you your resolve back in willpower for that. Right, wrong, or indifferent was about to happen. I think Warren feels more than justified, and that is enough to bring attention to a situation.
The surrogate will take a look back over at Warren, and he'll say, Thomas Ductus, what he says is going to go no matter what ends up happening, until he proves he can't. However, I need you to also be accountable for your actions as well. And he'll look him dead in the eyes. We owe this man a gun because of you. We're already in pocket because you made decisions without us. However, we will balance the scales. I say we get this man his gun, we break even, and then we split. But ultimately, this is your decision, Tom. What do you feel?
Tom will like kind of be leaning back in the chair, just like listening. And he'll smile and he'll say, that's a hell of an idea. Why not? Let's go get San Domingo's gun. Let's bring us back to square one. We'll bring the gun back. And we'll start anew. Hi, I'm Tom. And this is my pack. We're not traitors. Here's your gun back.
Doesn't really seem to speak to the question at hand, but yeah, gun's important too.
What's the question? What's the question, Warren?
Are we gonna run or not run, leave? Or are we gonna go back as we've been asked and face the music based on what we've all done?
No, you got shit in your ears, man? I'm telling you, we're gonna go get the gun and bring it back to San Domingo.
That doesn't change the fact that you also said we're gonna find a new haven.
Well, I changed my fucking mind.
Thank you, Tom. You won't say anything else.
That's great. How do you want to get the gun? We've tried a couple approaches and we haven't gotten shit.
What approaches have you tried? You must understand I've been I've been asleep for quite some time, so time is questionable for me.
Well, I do have one thing that might work. Use somebody to get some information on somebody who can get it from us. We need to get 10,000 and bring it to the loop. Get on the subway and we'll be able to meet with somebody. I just need to make a call to set up the meet.
I spoke to a tech guy friend of mine, and he said without a specific target, I would be wasting his time. He also suggested we be real practical and create some kind of distraction for the cops walk in and take it. I don't know dick about police stations or how we would get that done, but that was the suggestion.
Do we know where it's housed?
More than likely, the evidence locker at Naperville PD.
That's number one. If we do, we just find someone that works there and we bend their will for them to go ahead and retrieve it for us. Accountability will fall on them.
When you describe that, I don't know if you're paying attention, but you'll see like the dark clouds, right? The expression is unmistakable.
What are the dark clouds?
Yes. Is it like Eeyore where it's in literal clouds?
I mean, it might as well be, right? He looks like you just reminded him of the day he saw his puppy get hit by a truck, or
God.
the day he got embarrassed at prom.
Are you saying you're depressed? You're filled with sorrow? This is sad news?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a failure. It feels like a significant stain on somebody who's proud of their ability to fix these things.
Well, Warren, I'm not one to beat a horse, and I feel you're pretty much have your own TV show with a talking horse here. We're gonna say that we're to forego the brouhaha role I would make you do, because I don't think what you're describing is depression or sadness. It's called frustration, right?
That's accurate. Yeah.
Oh, it's accurate. Oh, in that case, we won't. Use your resolve, composure.
Yes.
Frenzy in the car.
Right? I really felt you worded it around being whatever. But if you're frustrated, I know what that is. We got roles for that, sir.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, that's gonna be beautiful.
Oops. There was supposed to be a space there.
What the?
We'll try that again.
I think you won. With that cool.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, this is carte blanche. I'm gonna give it to you. What is frustration is not necessarily what is full-blown frenzy, right? Even though the Bruja in you was there, you are still a Bruja. And what it is, you were being nice. You're being nice to a lot of them, right? And the simple fact of hearing the surrogate's interesting answer, like you didn't spend all night dealing with this bullshit, that you didn't deal with this freaking idiot having one of his guys murder someone to give you half-ass information. If he just would have waited the length of time for you to hear back from your guy, you would have had another out to do it. But he got a murder, got him a meet, and that's great. Somehow that's your fault, right? Compound with the fact that these guys don't understand that you wouldn't be staying in a nice place at all and would have had to try to find a place to live if it weren't for the navigators, right? You more or less been freeloading at their place. In the name of Sabat, they let you be there, all from a misunderstanding. And you get that too. Tom doesn't feel he makes mistakes, and that's clear. Surrogate's just going to back him like some asshole. And what it dawns on you is that they think they're smart. As this viciousness sets in you, as for the remainder of the scene, you have to be belligerent. And literally, you want to harm something is what it is, to give that pain right back. It doesn't matter what's said, doesn't matter what they want to do. You want to give that back to them tenfold. That's everybody. Even be you if you make it that.
Okay. Surrogate, I blew the back of a man's head off trying to do what you're talking about. The way I feel right now, I could do it again. But unless you can give a motherfucker instructions to his face and he'll follow them exactly to the word, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We need subtle or we need to hammer. There's no make somebody else do it.
You seem riled up. I think we could send you in. Great idea.
Oh, yeah? This is Warren's problem again. Okay, let's go. Naperville PD.
Okay.
Driving towards there.
Bob, I'm going to find me like a wrench or a tire iron, something in the trunk of the car, for regular maintenance.
Okay.
You tell me, who does maintenance in the car?
A mallet. A mallet for knocking stuff loose under the hood. Or it doesn't matter. It just needs to be large and solid.
You have one of those cross tire irons, they're multi-purpose.
Perfect.
You have one of them. You pick it up. Looks like it's an extra piece from Kroll's weapon back in that old crappy sci-fi film, but you have it nonetheless. Let me get this all right so you can have it. The scene as it is, you guys plug in to go to Naperville PD, not a problem. It's not like it's hidden, right? Not only is it not hidden, there's a massive monument plaque to the Naperville Police Department before you even pull up to it, right? Looks like a little small statue of children playing with a mom, like they're chasing butterflies. And then it has a sign, Naperville PD, right? Very proud, displayed. Nice floral arrangement around this sign. And then you're still driving up on the multi-acre property that this police station's on. Clearly marked where visitors can park, clearly marked where police officers would go. You can see where the garage is in the back, and this place is about 5 stories, is what you have up front. So it's like a large office complex that you have. Or by large, let me rephrase it. I would say medium office complex. Most likely, the back end would be type of jail facility of some sort, but definitely an up and moving, outfitted police station. If you're wondering what buildings are next to it, there aren't. You have open grass fields. In the distance, there's a small makeshift copse of trees that they kept there that looks real nice, right? Because in Naperville, it's beautiful. Even the cops have a good day going to work. Community service van is right there, right? And community service has all those toolboxes in the back and whatnot, in case I got to get a cat out of the tree, help facilities, who you name it. People got flats all the time, help them get on the road, and gosh golly, it's good to be an officer. But you get the impression there's probably people who follow their P's and Q's, and everyone does better when they're paid their worth and they work in an environment where their authority means something and they're respected by the people, and in return, safety is given. For the surrogate, that's the red flag I'm going to give you. The difference between a Chicago police officer and a Naperville police officer, a Naperville police officer is going to do what they can to save people, including other officers. Now, I'm not saying a Chicago police officer won't, but for them, it's us versus them. They're in a city of ultraviolence where things can happen any split second. We're talking World Darkness standard, so that's an intense cop all the time. These guys have something to lose out here. A Naperville cop, are you kidding me? Who knows how much they make? It's got to be a pretty penny to do what they do. And most of the times it's quiet. Like probably the biggest threat they've had is someone at Ribfest is having a fist fight. Well, that must be alcoholic A and alcoholic B. We need another night in the tank. Man, we really hope they work their marital issues out as they go and pick him up to pull him in. Oh, turns out some kids got a hold of some hooch where we were kids once. Let's not ruin their lives. Let's talk them down, call their parents, get them home. This is the place you're at. The danger of that surrogate, heroes. You probably won't get a Chicago cop to be a hero unless you really push the police themselves. Here, you're probably got a hero because they're waiting for someone to test them.
As they pull up, he'll take a look at Warren. He's like, they'll fight you to the end. They feel a lot more than the person who isn't getting paid enough is. I'll do you the favor. Let me go ahead and actually take a look to see if I could actually take care of the situation for you.
No, we're gonna do this together, right? Warren's problem? Gotcha. Right out of the car.
All right. He'll follow Warren.
Ramsey is going as well.
Now, Tom, here's the odd sight, an odd part of this in Path of Night is you watch them walk away from the vehicle. Your whole belief system is about the fact that there are good people in the world. They're not to be touched. They're not. You would rip someone apart if you heard that a good person was taken down by a demon. You're here to make it to where they should be here. They're beacons of light that are supposed to be present, that innocence should be cultivated and protected. That's the whole reason, the foundation you do what you do, right? Punish the wicked, and to you, the most wicked. That is what God has ordained for you to do. Oh, well, they're going to walk in and not give a shit. This is not a bad place. Well, until you put them through the paces to find out the truth of it.
Yeah, I mean, Tom's gonna get out of the car, have his hands like in his overcoat pocket, and just keep his eyes forward. He's gonna stand behind the rest of the pack though, and kind of just watch them, stay quiet, thinking about like what's about to happen. And he'll just say, "Now, boys, be careful in there. Mind your P's and Q's. We have a goal."
Sorry. I'm sticking with the Ductus. I'm going to get out of the vehicle and stand right next to him.
Bob, I'm looking for someone on the, ideally on the exterior of the building, at the front door, whatever. I need credentials. I'm going to need a key. I'm gonna need a way to get into a thing. I know what
So
I'm looking
calm
for.
down, right? I'll describe all that. I'm just getting to see who's going, who's not going, if someone's saying anything, right? I just got a silent pause on someone, and we'll keep that in mind. That's all I was looking for. Ramsey, are
Uh
you doing anything other than following?
huh. Am I doing anything other than following? No, I'm not. I'm just following through right now.
It's kind of interesting as you guys come up to the door, and you get there. The door is not locked. You open it and you see that there's nobody waiting in the lobby waiting area. Right? It looks like maybe it's the after hours entrance, and that's what it is. Certainly not the main because you're just going at the side anyway. And what you can see is there a desk. There's a young woman standing at the desk. You know, has got the computer open, and she'll smile. And why is because there must not have been anybody in here for most of the night or whatever, other than cops going to and fro. She looks a little not shocked, but more like, oh, okay, I guess this is happening. As you come walking in with the item, and you'll hear her say, "Perk up, us, blonde, shoulder length hair, happy to do her job." And she's like, "Oh, hey, do we having car trouble tonight?" That's what she says when she sees you. To let you know, Warren. However, when she looks back to the rest of everyone else, you're gonna watch something. Her hand slides to her gun as her jawline kind of gets very tense, and you can tell she's incredibly nervous. I think, from the player's perspective, none of you have used Blush of Life. None of you. Um,
And
with
we
the
still got
exception of
blood on
Warren,
us.
the rest of you are on paths. You don't
Mhm.
appear human. You don't act human. You're distinctly different, right? To that end, you're more bestial than not, even on a path of harmony. It's hard. The difference between path of beast and that of harmony is really a semantic. When you think about it, you know what that line is. So you walking in and assessing everything with your twitching, you're noting her, you're noting the fact that there's in the back more coffee brewing because you could hear it, and your eyes slowly rotate around as you're casual about being here. Everyone's nervous in a police station, especially visitors, because it means either you did something wrong or you need some help, and either way you're nervous.
Mhm.
And they expect to have that, as you have none of that to you, right? For Michelli, it's the way you approach behind a guy as if you're a mob boss, a person who has no semblance of warmth in his body or soul for anything living, because that's what Path of Night is. I got to hammer that home because I don't think we're getting that, right? What that looks like, whether his eyes are black or not, it must seem that way by the way he impassively stares ahead, right? Doesn't seem to care. This provokes people, right? It's like the absence of all emotion or concern are about this guy, and you're behind him, backing him up, right? Who does that? I'll tell you who does that. Mobsters who've killed people do that, right? That's a sort of feel that you can give off a danger, if you will. And it's sinister, is what I'm trying to tell you. Uh, Ironically, the surrogate would be a calming emotion if he wasn't a serial killer, right? Can I help you with that? Like, he's a serial killer without even trying to give the pretense that he might not be one, right? He's with you guys walking in, bearing this. If it's like he's Patrick Bateman from the film, but actually Patrick Bateman, right? Not with the lens where everybody's too high to notice what's going on and creative license to ignore him, but like, what do you do for a living, right? And that scene in the club where they think he says acquisitions and mergers, and he didn't. He says chopping up people and committing murder is what he says. The surrogate looks like he actually would say that. None of you have done anything but walk in. But that's that at a quick glance, Warren, is you're like, why is she? Oh, hi. Now, it's just her at the front. You can see there must be a detective that's working in his office, has the desk up, has whatever boards up with the papers, and the classic cop look is going on. Definitely has a desk full of manila folders or envelopes. You're not certain what that's about. But most importantly, he's going over what looks like Excel spreadsheets, because you could see that on 3 different monitors he has on his desk. And they're kind of panned out to where he's sitting at the side, and it looks like he's tidying up, clearing off papers, putting stuff up, might pin something, not real certain. But he hasn't looked up to see what's what. But those are the only 2 people that are up here right now. It is large enough where the assumption is there must be more folks bouncing around somewhere. But they're working. They're doing what they do.
I just got one just small question. At a cursory just of the room, do I see directions, like a sign? Evidence.
Looking for something?
Homicide.
No, not at all. Not at all. What you are is that you're at an entrance where you can come in, and there's a lobby. And in that lobby, you can talk to her. That's it. It's a visitor's entrance. It's a police station. We're not here to serve you shit. We're not trying to get you coffee. We're not trying to make sure you're comfortable, right? Turns out, Naperville PD, we do want you comfortable. There's nice benches to sit on. There's a nice lady to talk to. She might even offer you a bottle of water if you're here to stay and you got a reason to be here. But if you don't got that, what are you doing in a police station?
Okay. In that case, I will do my level best to use. Wait. Let me phrase this as I've learned to do. um. Hmm, 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 hmm. I think I would like to rouse the blood, use fleetness, simply close the distance between she and I, knock her unconscious with my tire iron.
We're not going to even test for that, right? She's not looking at you as a threat. She was looking at everybody else. And so faster than she could even look back to you, you slam her head into the counter. We're not going to do anything with that. When her head hits the counter and she drops, that guy looks up, and that's where shit gets interesting. Not because he's a Terminator, but because you'll hear this guy and they'll be like, Sarah, are you? And sees that you're back there. He immediately hits something. You don't hear an alarm at all. But what is your action? He presses something on his desk, might even be the intercom or the phone. You're not certain. What are you guys doing?
Oh, for me, second verse, same as the first. I need him to chill out, and I need his credentials. So I got to open the door at some point.
Okay. So you're going to blitz into the room and try to do that. I need 2 routes from you for that.
Yeah. Meow. Is it like with that other dice bot where I can just line them up and do them all in the same message?
We can find out.
You know what you could do? You could just roll 2 dice.
That would have been smart.
You would say it.
Well, 0 successes on one and 1 success on the other.
All right. So one won't make you hungry, but the other one does. That's
right.
that. So giving you the benefit of the doubt, you're going to speed over there again. Give me your Dex Brawl as you're attempting to dust knuckles with a seasoned homicide officer or some officer.
Wait a minute. Can I give him the wrench instead of the fisticuffs? This makes a difference for the roll.
Well, you're hitting her head in the counter. You said you were rolling over there, second verse, same as the first. That was your word, not mine. So if you're going to run over and hit him in the head with a tire iron, knock yourself out.
I'll preferably knock him out.
Oh, and this is, I'm sorry for the delay. Mike's not clear. Am I supposed to be including the physical disciplines or not? I can never remember from V5.
No, not at all. This is V5. You include what it specifically tells you. There are no autos to throw in.
2 successes.
What happens for you guys watching when he rushes in to deal with this cop? And granted, it's with speed. He's not so fast as from a distance to get somebody who's already panicked, not to fight for their life. When he gets in the room, the first thing this cop does is kick a chair towards him as he jumps back. And it's ironic he has time to do it. You sail over the top of it, practically barely touching it with a shoe as you land and take a swing. This cop doesn't try to block it. What he does is duck underneath, and he lets your arm rest over his as he gets you in what he believes is a chokehold as he picks you up. The thing is, though, he does have you off balance. Your speed to collide into him doesn't offset that he put all of his weight forward to take you to the ground. As you guys watch this cop, boom, drop him to the floor, thinking he's choking somebody out.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally no damage to you. It's just you and anything to him, so it seems, as the struggle will continue. What is everybody else's action?
Surrogate's going to walk over to the cop attempting to hold down Warren, and he'll attempt to mesmerize him by asking him, show me to the evidence locker.
So this is specific, right? You're going to walk over and grab the cop's face and try to get him to face you?
Yep.
How does that done? You're just going to gently touch him at the cheek, and he's going to mystically go...
Slowly either lift up his cheek or just yank him by the hair and look at his face.
Okay. When you yank him by the hair, he does look at you because he's trying to see his assailants and know what he's dealing with. But when you do that and lock gazes with him, he relaxes his grip on him as you tell him, show you where the evidence locker is, and he gets up. And it's weird to you, Warren, as he hops up and he just begins walking. Now, for your sake, Tom and everybody else, are you doing anything different? Or are you just going to watch?
Well, while that's going on, Tom would go over and I just want to look at the other girl that Warren hit. Like, how bad is she?
But you're not a guy who's a medical doctor. I mean, out is out.
Right.
Her head got slammed into the counter. It's moused up quite a bit. It's going to continue swelling.
Gotcha. Cool. I was just curious. Just Tom would take a look basically to see what kind of damage he did, and then would follow
the kind of
them.
damage he did to her probably isn't the kind of damage he did to you, as you can take 2 stains for it. Got to remember, you don't know the type of person she is, but she seemed nice. That's what matters to you. For that matter, the cop on the inside could be, but it's negligible. Guy has a gun, not new to violence, or at least was prepared for it, so you can cut some slack there. And it didn't go bad yet, but that is something you're feeling, right? And I got to remember, it's a darkness in you needs a purpose to be justified, or you're just some silly kid playing at a path, right? Your beast will win that war. That's the understanding. You need that grip. And you're beginning to see why as you see them go through. But for the surrogate marching forward, hand on the guy's shoulder, I'm assuming, is he's easily walking downstairs. Goes down a hall, pulls out his key card, goes ahead and he clips it in and opens up. He takes you past what appears to be a locked cage. When he gets to that cage, you'll see that the about 4 or 5 rows are in the back. Looks like a lot of big paper bags are up there, and they're just sitting on the shelves. There's a clipboard, there's a sign-in sheet, there's a bell to ring for service, and there's definitely what appears to be, well, I'll give it to you. There's coffee waiting on the other side. You can see it's still steaming. But the alarming thing to you that you will notice is that whoever was over there, they, for some reason, dropped what they were holding on the floor. As you can see, it looks like boxing tape, half-closed box, and a rag of some type is just sitting on the ground. But you know when this guy gets in this room, as he does, he'll stop and blink, and he's trying to figure out why he's in this room or how to even get there. And what are you going to do differently? Well, for that matter, what's Warren going to do? Who undoubtedly followed you down? Who didn't follow you down?
I certainly followed.
So I'm assuming Tom and everybody went downstairs with him.
Yes. Ramsey
Yeah,
certainly
we
did.
all.
Michelle,
Tom would have
you're fine,
followed.
sir. You're here.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
New set of directives from actually, you know what, and if I can, I probably owe you a rouse check for that as well. Do I? For because this will probably take a toll on the surrogate. It does. So I do owe you for that mesmerize, so I will do that just to show you how hungry I am. That's for the previous one. Okay, that was good. I will try it again, and this time I'll just say, go home and spend the evening with your family.
So he'll leave. I mean, he's down there. He'll, for a moment, looks like he's coming to. And remember, I was under. Oh shit! As he sees Warren, you're like, go home and spend the rest of the evening with your family. And he walks out, starts heading upstairs.
He'll take a look to the rest of the group. Find that fucking gun.
Is the lockup cage open?
No.
Do we
I'll
perhaps
go to a
go ahead? Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to the computer and see if I can pull up a Excel file with a list of all the evidence and numbers coded to them.
So you're gonna go back upstairs to that guy's office.
Oh, there's not one in that room?
No. There's literally, you walk in, there is the cage, right, as it's called. And you see a sign-in sheet, and you clearly note that there would be somebody who would sit on the other side, and it says ring the bell, right? And they would come walking up, and you would tell them what you need, and they would pass things back and forth. You could tell that there's a door somebody can unlock to go in, but I hate to tell you, fellas, that even in a police station, though we're all the boys in blue, there are people accountable for making stuff secure and keeping it there and noting it's there. And there are other people to stop them from corruption and maybe seeming corruption. There are procedures. An officer has to sign in and out for things they want to take and look at. People got to keep it under lock and key. So that process there isn't, there's no need for a computer in here either, Michelle, is what I'm pointing out. There was one upstairs in that detective's office.
Okay. I'm just going to start at one side of the room and just start searching for the gun.
Okay. Once you imagine you walk in, right, to like I don't know, like a business. Just assume it's a
Yeah.
business, right? And they tell you the doctor will be with you one moment or whatever. But imagine as you go to step into that room to go see the doctor, what you see is that there's literally a cage door, right? You can see through it, but behind there is where the
Oh,
shells are stored, right? Because they're to keep you
yeah.
from walking up and doing what you believe you
I
would
see.
do right now.
My bad. I thought I heard that the door was already open.
No problem.
Okay. So what I would like to do as Tom, you said that there's bags. Like I can see the bags like on shelves behind the cage.
Yep.
Okay.
Big
I'd like
bag,
to
a grocery bag, paper bag, but sealed at
Mhm.
the top or rolled down a bit. And that there's some sort of stickers on the outside with codes you don't understand. And maybe it's filled out. You don't know. You don't have one in front of you to know what it is, but they all share that commonality.
Well, I'd like to rouse to use the arms of Araman to knock the bags off the top of the shelf.
Okay. So I'm assuming everybody else is going to do something like that. Just let me know what you're going to do. He's going to use arms to do that. Anybody else?
I don't have any idea how I would get through a cage. I suppose I will
Right,
hit the
prowess.
door.
So, Bob, Ramsey is a thief, and he's a much better one than I am. Could I perhaps make like a larceny or maybe even a stealth break-in roll for this situation?
Yeah. What I could tell you is if you had the time. I mean, you're a thief, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You just knocked out a cop and someone else on camera.
Yep.
Do you know who watches police?
I don't.
police.
I
Other
mean,
than,
kind of thinking you have it. Who do you think would watch the police?
like, are you talking internal affairs, or would it be literally watching that?
Nah, that's too movie. If I know that I have a police precinct and we got good guys and we can afford it and we have cameras and who watches who, we want to make sure a neighborhood knows we're safe. Your character would have an inkling about that, wouldn't he?
I think you would, but I, as Brennan, do not.
Right. Well, I'm reminding the player you had a scene where somebody had a panic room in a rich part of town. We have community service officers that come with equipment to help you out in whatever way you need, including locksmithing. Right. That'd have to be the reason for the toolbox, and they could help you with the car and tire. Coming in here to a police station, they got the same globe security as they have before. You can go look. You might as well wave at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's that effect. Let alone the compelling real reason you have is that if this cage is locked in the way it is, yeah, you got to go back outside. There's a community service truck. You can break into that. They have the tools to do that, and just bring them downstairs. You can pop this open in 30 seconds. That's assuming that nobody did anything while you came in here to subjugate it, or that guy is going to remember on his way home, shit, I'm going to pass one of my coworkers lying on the floor injured.
Yeah. Okay. I will go upstairs to see, first seeing if she is still in the same place. And yeah, there were a lot of.
She's not. Ramsey, when you get upstairs, you're going to note real quick. There's a car in a parking lot, and it's a police car, and it is pulling away.
Okay. Well, they're too far away to shout. I'm still going for that community van. I don't know if anyone's like, well, everyone else is doing other things. I am going for those tools in the community van.
All right. So as Ramsey's out there scrambling to the community van and have to break windows and get in and all that, we're already well beyond
Mm-hmm.
anything else we can do there other than that. We're here with tendrils out, as you could rouse that for me in a minute. Right now, you're just randomly, literally needle in a haystack. You had about 15 years worth of evidence that you're trying to go through and guess where they might keep one thing. And quickly it'll be known to you as you knock down one and there's a stack of papers and you don't even know what the hell that is. It looks like it's a bunch of, is that toys? They got weird tags on them in plastic bags, and some are bloodstained, others aren't, not so much. They're out there on the floor, and you're going to have to open up those plastic bags to see what was in that one paper bag as you knocked it down. It's alarming to you that these tendrils, first off, they were three-dimensional, probably a lot easier, right? Maybe you can pull them up to the window and see it. It's the fact they got to slide along the wall, and you got to get a tendril that could snake all the way over to get to where it is, or even gently pull it off the shelf. And so it's a lot like you're fishing. It takes your total concentration to do this because of it. And you are able to slowly animate these shadows in this tendril format to begin to pull yet another bag off the shelf. As Tom is going through this meticulous process, it's pretty clear he's going to be at it a while.
I'll pick up the rear or try to catch up to Ramsey. I don't have anything that I would use to break into this cage, and so I want to make sure he can get it.
So, Michelle.
I'm gonna try the one thing I don't think I've heard anyone try. I'm just gonna try and activate prowess and just rip it off.
And I will help him with it.
So you guys just gonna grab the gate and rip it open?
Yep.
You
or attempt to anyway.
You do the combined strength of 2 canites with some supernatural strength. Yeah, you make mincemeat of the lock. It's not designed to keep out bulls yanking and tearing things open, right? So banging it would be an issue.
That's what I was waiting for.
I love this game.
The bolt shears, an alarm goes off. The alarm is not of really much consequence other than you already thought you're under the wire. For you guys outside hearing the alarm, that might be an issue. In fact, Ramsey, as you have your one hand through a window and pop the lock, what you're seeing running across the lawn, I do mean that, coming from the side of the building, is not 1, but 11 guys in gear. When I mean by gear, I want you to imagine that these are military people who got out of the service and became police officers and were put in a nice neighborhood for honoring them, right? Did a good job, you defended the nation, you made it home safe and sound. But these guys stayed in shape. You remember me describing, you saw how in this neighborhood, these people had to be good looking and fit and practice what they had to do. This explains why they were taking so long to get over here. It also explains why that guy took off. Didn't try heroics, didn't try to run downstairs and shoot anyone. Like, granted, you were there and know your friend took over his will and told him to do what he did. That makes sense. When you see him coming on the side, though, this is something else. Is that, we'll get to him later. As that seems to be a thing.
That was one of the tendrils knocking over evidence, right?
Sure, if that tendril has 4 paws. The thing I want to ask is you see them coming around the corner and definitely tell that they have a helmet on. At least that's common, some sort of vest. The guy up front is a shield. What are you trying to do?
I'm sending a message to Tom, 11 geared men coming down to you now.
I'm going to help you out, Ramsey. You got a choice. You could run in and tell him, or you can stay out there. If you stay, you're not hidden.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? Alarm's going off. The property's pretty open. I described that. There's plenty of shots to shoot people, and if you're a skilled shooter, this is a fish in a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't running nowhere. They can't hit you with a bullet. Is what it feels.
Then I'm running inside.
Okay. Now, Warren, you made it halfway out, right? Saw him in a box kit. You see him look up and take off running for the door. You gonna bother looking, or are you just gonna go in?
Well, I need to. I'm black. I need to know what made him run.
All right, but your black-like senses tell you to look up. And you see that there is a mixed crowd over here, as Naperville does have all sorts of police officers. For diversity's sake, we'll say it's a polite mix that are coming, heading your direction, following procedure, and definitely are armed.
And Ramsey is tearing ass away from them back to the side door, or
back to the side. I don't care what side door you want. You want them at the side door? Great.
No. I'm just asking so I know whether I'm following Ramsey to get ahead of him or get behind him.
I ran inside.
I don't think that matters. It's, gentlemen, I'm not running a D&D grid map here.
Right.
We're in Imaginationville, right? So if you're in a parking lot and you're looking, you broke into something, and you know that what it would look like to see a group of people hugging the side of the building that you just walked out of, heading towards a vehicle in the parking lot, you know one thing. You're out in the open, and your buddy just ran by to go inside.
Well, I'm not letting him go by himself.
That's what I assumed it was going to be, right? Okay. That's the idea. So you two make it inside. I'm assuming you're going to continue running the rest of the way down, if I'm right, Ramsey.
Yes.
All right. So for those inside, you just rip the door down, chuck it down to the side. The alarm goes off. Does that do anything different?
No.
Okay. So once that happens, what are we doing?
If there's considering the sheer amount of evidence, he's going to do one of 2 things. If there's a duffel bag, he's just going to start tossing everything inside of it. If there isn't, he's just going to start opening it up like like a Cracker Jack box, just trying to see whether you get the prize.
In a second. It's going to become obvious to you in a second as you're just running through and ripping stuff down. I want you to picture an evidence locker, right? Evidence can be as simple as there was a car wreck and the insurance company needs everything collected there to verify the police officer said we're on scene. And so they took this bit of metal, put it in plastic. They took this piece of a sign, put it in plastic. This broken taillight, put it in plastic. Pending investigation. And so that takes 10 bags that are put on the shelf and kind of there they are, right? And that's what's sitting. And as you grab one and pull it down, you're beginning to understand what's going on here, right? These guys aren't dealing with Beirut type of violence or Chirac. What they're dealing with is a townsfolk of people who probably have a lot of, oh yeah, well, I did DUI. I may have hit this. Someone ran over a cat. Well, what did that look like? Well, here are photos. We put it in here, and someone's going to get that back after this case is done and that case is resolved. It's a lot of mundane items you're pulling off the shelf. And you really want a quick way to look through this, except there's a terrible thing about these shelves. Now, you may not know this, but as you get to the back end, right, and it's a lot of paper bags, but you can see there's these metal standing shelves that are about 11 feet in height. And if you probably saw these in a library before, right? Looks like there's these turnstiles that you would have wheels over on the side. And as you have, I see Kelly knows exactly what we're talking about nodding his head. You would pull out a shelf, pull it forward, flip it open, and then you'd have to unlock these slots to see what else is inside here. And there are at least 4 up front, and you assume it goes back, and it goes back. And remember, this is a decent-sized building to have all that. And it'll occur to you, Surrogate, I should have asked this guy to find what you were looking for. That's the one thing that it's obvious as you're here frustrated, it almost makes you laugh. Like, how do you get lucky in this mix? So at this point, guys, to speed up, I'm going to give each of you one action that you tell me to do before it comes down, before they come down here to interrupt what you're doing. If you can figure out what you want to try to do.
Going for those metal ones.
The armored people are coming. I am going to try to post up somewhere to give my pack the best chance to make a move with me and my handy dandy tire iron.
Okay.
I am trying to find something I can use to beat people with, similar to the hospital situation.
So to beat people with isn't that hard. I mean, really isn't. There have been hammers that have been confiscated. You'll see that someone has a pair of brass knuckles that are in here are confiscated.
Mm-hmm.
There's all sorts of mail order, like weird ass knives that are up in here that, again, evidence in case could be as simple as somebody threatened somebody with something.
Mm-hmm.
I have it up there too. So rather than boring you with that, I'm going to tell you that stuff is not hard to find.
Okay.
In terms of you, because especially the way you're doing, you guys are basically dipping shelves on the floor and ripping them open.
Right.
Marring guns and some drug items that you're going to see there down there, but not actual drugs. Here's a myth: in a police station isn't stacks of cocaine and weed. They destroy them. Right. That's what happens. That gets nuked. Right. We know how much is in it. Gets weighed. It gets measured. We get rid of it. The money is supposed to follow that process, but depends if it's been illegal or not. I don't really know how that works, I guess, to taste, but you don't see stacks of money here either. So what you're looking for is a weaponry, and you can find that ad hoc, but nothing that shoots back.
Right.
You assume it's a different floor, different part of the building, whatever, but where you're at is where you're at.
Yeah, I'll just get a
now,
knife.
The Fiddler on the Roof, who's playing Puppeteer with Shadows, are you going to stop doing that? You're going to keep that going?
No, I'm for, at this point, I'm going to stop with the Shadows, playing with them, the doors open and everything. And did Ramsey get down and tell us what was happening yet?
I'm with you on that. They took liberties. I deliberately wanted only the people in the cages to tell me what they're doing to try to find the weapon. And apparently we said we're digging in and figuring out and getting ready for violence. So they just went ahead a little bit. Still tell me what you were trying to do.
So basically what Tom would do is he just would go into the cage and try and look at like the items that are on the floor in relation to the shelves and try and see if there's any rhyme or reason, because there has to be some sort of, like, is it alphabetical? Like, is there a G for gun? Like,
it'll give you obvious that your character can pick out.
Oh God!
For it is the fact that one, was to a semblance of order, right? Until they started pulling shit off the shelves, you can get that. And if you look up at one of the slots, it has down there that like this is the A for Alvarez because it's Alvarez on there, and it's lot B. You know, items that are supposed to be in there, and it lists the items in the bag that are supposed to. You didn't have to pull them off the shelf, right, to see what it is, and that's listed there, and that's that. But in this mess now, it's like it's a foregone conclusion, right? They've made working of it. You also got a packmate back there that's slamming his fist into into a lock, hoping to break this open to pull it out. I'm going to learn a thing or two about those locks here in a second. But before I get to that, that's his idea. Surrogate, are you trying anything?
I was attempting to help out Parker as well as Tom with at least attempting to find the item.
All right. So then things are going to be real quick. Number one, we are failing to find this item.
Yeah.
In a span of you don't have this time to sit here and sift through this, and you all know you don't. When they come down there and tell you we got to dig in because stuff's coming, he starts looking for weapons and he's digging in behind the cage trying to prop. There's nothing to prop up. At most, you could push shelves in, what have you. You don't even have time to run across the hall, try to kick down a door and see what's there, and deal with that because you can hear them moving on the steps up top. If you're wondering why, you can surmise when you guys ran in, they moved up the program. It's to that end, as there's a pause. The scene has some results here. I don't necessarily plan on rolling dice for another hour.
Right.
What do we plan on doing here, fellas? What seems logical?
Get out.
What seems logical to me is that we follow through on our pack choice, our pack decision. Thought we came here for a thing. If we're gonna leave now, then everything we've done is for nothing.
As much as I hate to say it, yeah, we have to get this. That we're going right against one of our Chronicle tenants.
I'm going to agree because you're still going against a Chronicle tenant, right? Talk about mature role play here. You guys were here in actual Phoenix Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
You were told what not to do, right? Tell me, there you go. That's what I was looking for, right?
Dude, that's what's coming.
I'm loading everybody with 3 stains for that.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you couldn't do this, just that's my penalty
Mm-hmm.
for ignoring that completely. Because if you thought the Sabbat would remain silent after this, right? We're not playing the same game at this point, right? Doesn't mean the game's over. It's tanked. This is what was fun to you and what you felt you had to do. But it's not the quiet game we pitched in session 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we were trying to slow roll and figure things out and get it in. Apparently those weren't in the cards. So maybe this is why the Sabbat don't win, right? Definitely doesn't seem like they're gonna. Or maybe this is how you start a new beginning by ruining what you have. Who knows? But I do know this. There's a result that you can expect from here, and you want to still dig to find an item.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have a choice. You're going to fight or you're going to dig. Can you do both? It's up to you if you want to try.
Is there doors because it was stairs, right? And then the stairs came down into the evidence locker?
Yep.
Okay, so are there doors?
Yeah, there's that's a hallway filled with doors.
Okay, great. So Tom's just gonna
don't think
look.
of that. I'm not looking your action by action because it does nothing. Right? What we're going to do here is cinematic because you're going to bog your head down. What's the layout? What am I seeing? Is that door locked? Is it open? Is there a path through? Is there a path out? Let's be realistic. You're going to co-storytell with me for a minute. I like this because it helps you understand the logic of the situation. That is well-armed policemen coming in to handle what's here. Bottom line. Armed with firearms of whatever sort and whatever else they get packed with to deal with it. And every one of them can fight. Like, hands down, can. We're trained to. Military experience in police is not unheard of. In fact, it's common. So if we know all this, and one homicide guy could take down your Bruja if he didn't have help, and Surrogate can only look so many people in the eye, that's what you have to think about here. So in that chaos of which you are inviting to yourself, we're looking at how we see this scene working out. That's up to you guys. It's either there's an escape plan, and we're going to sort of Sabbat Ocean's 11 this, or that's not in the cards, or we're going to focus to waging through these police, which is a methodology the Sabbat like to use. I'll give you that heyday potential, and we'll see what that looks like. There's another one here, too, where maybe, just maybe, you have a different weird idea of how this works. Maybe you figure out how to hide here if you think you're good there. But whatever path you're going to choose, simply need to see the logic behind it as you believe you can do.
My thought was that it's possible that maybe they don't have enough. They got us a little slightly better than 2-1. If we stand together, we dig in, we're probably going to have to fight our way past them anyway.
I say it's one or the other. I'm saying, well, if there's a vote, I'm digging in, and Surrogate will voice it. If we're digging in, we could hide here.
You want to dig in and hide?
if you have a better plan to escape.
I'm asking for clarification because you just said dig in, and that makes me think last stand. But then you said hide.
No.
Right, that's why
I
I'm
said
asking.
dig in as in like a tick. I'm hiding deep within this, like whatever we got to do to hide here.
Oh,
Tell me a story is what I'm saying, guys. You're telling me how you're going to hide. You're saying you're going to hide? What does that look like? Just like Mike said, we got them. We can handle them. They're coming down here. We'll figure it out. We'll get through them. Okay, clearly he's choosing a path of we'll just have at him and see what that looks like. You're saying you're going to hide. How is that going to work?
I'm trying to think of my non-obfuscate people.
Don't.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right? Don't. If that's your plan, that's your plan. But tell me that story.
Do we got
We'll try a
ceiling
different
tiles?
way. What's that? Sorry?
Do we have ceiling tiles?
You do have a ceiling. It does appear to be a drop ceiling at that.
We could play aliens.
We could
You
play
know what?
aliens.
this is so entertaining. I love the idea.
I'm down.
What's your athletics?
Mighty 1.
Okay, no problem. That's viable.
Same.
Mine is 2.
That is mine.
I got the big old 3.
Oh, you have a 3? There is no way in hell that ceiling's holding you guys up there. No way. You're going to jump up there. You're not going to be up there long, and neither is the tile.
Yeah.
Shit, that might work if we were cats.
And not even
So-
then. If them cats are over 2 kilos, you are cracking that tile down on your head.
So my thought, I guess, to elaborate about digging in and fighting is that if we're getting out of here, we got to go past them anyway. So if we can use the hallway to our advantage and whatever experience we have from past situations where we're outnumbered, we might be able to tank some gunfire and let the wall tank some more, disable people, use them as the human shields and figure it out, because we only have to overcome it again 2-1. If one survived vampire can't handle 2 armored dudes, we're dead anyway.
No.
Oh,
And
Still
so
have
the
Bob.
cat.
The cat slammed the laptop.
the cat.
That's
Oh,
hilarious.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
guess we'll be right back.
I guess we'll be right back, folks.
All right. I apologize for the interruption. My cat Frayed says hello to the world in his way. It's a master of chaos. All right. We were glad you guys were deciding how you wanted to see this scene go. He had extra time brought to you by a feline friend, so that's a good one.
I wish I could say we use that time sparingly, but
So
Yeah.
I will
okay,
cast
I'm just
mine.
I'm just gonna flat out. This is kind of how I picture the scene going. If we're going at more of like a cinematic way, is Tom knows that like we still need the gun. We came here to get the gun, and it would be a huge failure to not get the gun. That would suck. So Tom would like to go out into the hallway, like close the door. Well, and like before going, he'd be like, Parker, would you assist me out here?
okay.
Like, you boys find that gun. And then close the door, turn off the lights, summon some arms. Try and give them time to find the gun. I want to roll for arms, try splitting it to create 2.
Okay. We'll just keep yours up. It's still a qualified scene, right?
Okay.
You have them and your successes mount for that. And so we'll leave that where it is. I'm pretty easy when it comes to that. Are you gonna do the same thing, Parker?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it just a single rouse check? I don't have that book open.
It is
Yes,
a
it is.
single rouse check.
I appreciate it. Bob, if you didn't notice, I rolled a rouse earlier or just recently for my prowess earlier. I'm at hunger 2 now.
I trust it. It's golden to do so.
All right.
All right. Well, we're looking at everybody else here too. So those inside, Sarah, it sounded like your plan was to hide. Has it changed? I know you're fighting not to be DJ here.
Yeah. I'll go look for the gun. I'm stuck. If they're going to be the ones out there, then worst case scenario, he could always.
You're going for the gun?
We're in the evidence locker still, right?
Uh-huh.
And they're going to go out first to forward face them.
Yep.
Is there anyone else in the room with me?
Yes, me and Warren.
I'll search for that gun.
So
keep searching for the gun. Okay.
Sorry, I'll go ahead. I do want to find the gun also, but it dawned on me during a small little break. You said something that I think I should have picked up on earlier. When I was looking for a weapon, there aren't any guns down here. That was probably kept in another part of the police department.
I didn't say there weren't guns down here. I said that you would find guns that were used in a crime, i.e. evidence.
Okay,
No
there we
ammo,
go.
but you have guns.
Okay, never mind. Then I misunderstood. Then yeah, I'm also searching with the surrogate.
Right. And what I mean by guns, remember where you're at. You're not finding 9mm and nonsense like that. This is granddad shotgun seized in an estate. And they're trying to decipher who's going to be, so it's going to be held here because the police had to confiscate it, and they're waiting for that fallout to happen before they turn it over with a chain of custody and blah 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 blah. Right? Nothing real helpful here unless you have hunter shells on you for some odd reason. Right? And then that's a different thing entirely. So you're going to continue searching. You're searching, DJ. What about you, Morgan?
Well, I mean, there's two hands on that, but there's 11 people on the way in, and that really, really steps on the ratio. So I'm gonna go try to play whack-a-mole with anybody who makes it outside of our side of Tom and Parker's shadow shenanigans that scared the crap out of me.
So one thing you're going to note where you guys are, and you're pulling tendrils, you're going to know what those tendrils look like. That means alongside of the wall, the tunnel, the hall here, is where, well, the tendrils are going to be placed where you want them to be. Are they along the stairs and on the side? Are they going to be along the ceiling? Like where are we at?
Well, probably on the stairs.
Yeah,
because
that's my idea.
You have an idea of how these shadows work in V5.
Yeah, they're 2D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I would hold them on the stairs too and trap people.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my idea as well. Basically, I'd like them like kind of like on the stairs leading up. So like when people come up, I want the arms to try and whack them off, right? Like to try and knock them down the stairs.
It's an interesting
Lose their
idea.
footing.
Interesting idea. Well, we're not going to sit here and do play-by-plays, and I'm going to show a little insight here too. You guys have dug deep. You figured it out. What I am going to allow you to do, because I'm curious about that, for those looking and for those holding something apart, we're going to do the same thing, right? I'm going to do an extended test for those of you on the inside. We're going to see how many rounds people have before you have a hope in hell of finding what you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
So which one of you, well, the highest larceny, I'm assuming, is going to, it's not even larceny here. Who's the highest investigation?
I have it at 1.
I have it at 2.
I don't even think Warren has it, to be honest. Let me double check.
I have it at 1.
Okay. So what's going to happen is you guys are going to do a team up and assist in an extended test. And so that being the case, it's going to be the surrogate who rolls because he is the highest here, and he's making a intelligence plus investigation. You're getting 2 dice bonus from the 2 additional people to help out. Now, what I want you to do is take that pool. We're not worrying about bestial nothing here for a second. Because what you're going to do is I'm only going to give you 5 rolls. It's about all you're going to have before the violence gets to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're going to see how well you do in that.
All right, and you mentioned just roll it 5 times, but don't include hunger.
No, just take the pool total and roll it. Right? But it's going to be times 5. So if you have 5 dice, 25 dice you're rolling.
So 6 times 5, 30. Okay.
Now, for those of you running how soon, how quick, all that stuff, how to go, he's going to get critical, he's going to do whatever. In a pool like this, I want done in a one shot. I don't really care about 10s. I'm not going to count them as multiple super successes. That's not what this is. Just like it's an extended test, this is just success, pass or fail. This isn't about how super it could be done in unless the successes would matter for them. This is a simple search. So I'm not going to count that as needing to have that, or I would have him separated out because timing would be a factor going through. But I know in about 5 turns, they're going to be embroiled in whatever's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So all that said, though, and having a discount, okay, you guys are searching through, and you do find some interesting things. One being the fact that there are weapons here, right? I told you would find that anyway. There are actually handguns here. It's weird that the type of handguns they keep on hand just down here. Um, some are 6-shooters, right? Some have like weird duct tape wrapped around the end of them. But you do find 3 automatic weapons straps that are held in and don't have time to understand why they're here, right? There's a lot of stuff that goes with it. There are pipe bombs where they've disarmed them that are evidence in here as well. There's an empty bottle that's labeled Molotov that's on there as well, as if someone, I don't even want to say what that is and what it implies, but you will get it was to the Naperville High School, is where it confiscated at, and some guy named Doug Bryan, whatever that means, deals with that case where it's at. Furthermore, other than that gem of a find, you do see some documents that allude to the fact that someone's in a court case where, because there's blood on them, it's a custody case, missing persons. And to see if there's bloodied clothes and then there's photographs of it, I'm only mentioning because the surrogate's looking, you did glance and see that. They haven't found this person yet, and you're pretty solid. You can take a look at this, that there might have been something they overlooked. It's of interest, though nothing to do with yet. And that's what you guys are doing. Now, for the most part, you'll tell that Ramsey is not bad at investigating. He's just literally grabbing objects and stepping on them because he doesn't give a shit what's in here. Ramsey's just jump stomping on what he can find, and when it feels like it might be something, he's pulling out and do it. And that's inevitably how you found the automatic weapons anyway. He's not wrong in that tactic. It's just being able to detect to see it down there. It's simple. It's quick. Jan Bruja, though, Warren has these grand ideas back here with this locked case, and just takes that tire iron he has and slams it in the lock and starts wedging it open. As he's popping these locks to see what's going on, he stops at the third one as he realizes there's a lot of nothing but paperwork stored in these, right? Like you would want them protected. They're in here because they're fire cases. Would probably prevent against water and whatnot, and they're thick enough. Shit. Like, where would they keep this one item? And as you guys are about to see what's going on with that, for my users of Look at All Things Obtenian Weird, what I want you to roll, both of you have a pool. That pool in and of itself is going to be, let me get this real quick. Come on, rolls of mine. You were here to serve me. There you go. I'm going to be using Wits plus Oblivion here to deal kind of a pool, right? And that's good enough, but they don't get anything nifty, right? What I mean by that is it's going to be as is. Tendrils are not what they used to be. And however, there are some advantages to them too. Like I'll describe it. I'll describe them. Sorry, I just started about we're podcasting here. Let's not do that. What you're going to roll, though, is go ahead and give me a Wits plus Oblivion, both of you. I need it only once for now. So the effect here, you guys are basically freaking these cops out. That's a given. And you've stalled for time for the moment. Here's why. Without the advantage of it being completely night, like that classic void that the Lasombra used to have, and then they got to step into it, whatever, there's anything otherworldly to fuck with them. Now, what you see they do at the top, and I'll give you this, is that they have a small mirror that comes up briefly, and there's 2 of you standing in the hall. And you have to be, because you got to direct what's happening, right? Benefit of the doubt, Tom has his hands behind his back clasped because he wants to concentrate as if his limbs are extended outward. For that benefit, Parker, you just put your hands in your pocket. You're a little less dated and non-theatric than he is, but you're staring forward as well. You look like anime psychics more than anything else as you're standing there. But to the police, they don't immediately start firing because what are they shooting at? And this banter starts developing where they're like, okay, guys fucked up real bad. We're only going to give you one chance. Hands in the air. Interlace them behind your back after you put them in the air to show us there's no weapons. Fall to your knees. Wait further instruction. And when you guys don't immediately move, they're, fuck it, we're going to go in. The first guy with the shield comes up, and that's when a shadow grips, Tom's shadow grips the shadow of the shield on the wall. But the shield's held. And what's weird about the shield being held is that when a guy fights against it and pulls it, the shadow pulls towards the wall, like further down, and it slams the shield into the wall. It's like, what the fuck is... And once that shield happens, he lets go, and they grab him, is what you'll know. When that let go happens and he gets pulled to the back, he starts going. When your shadow tries to grab him around the leg and does so, these cops waste no action. They literally have two people just start shooting down this hallway. Now, the placement of the bullets is not the wild gunfire you would expect in any given scenario. It should be. This is literally a staccato of shots that are shot down here to wound you, to do something to you, to break concentration, whatever. Not break concentration, but to drop you. For that matter, their placement's pretty sound. Both of you will take exactly 2 superficial damage at this point because they're bullets, right? And as you get shot with them, one will take you to the left leg, Tom. The other one will wing you in the hip there, Parker, by dint of what they were doing. These guys are clearly aiming mid to low, and that's not enough to do what it needs to do. It is enough to be very dangerous. Both of you are warriors of the Sabbat. This all falls apart at this moment. You have a choice here, Tom. You can choose to give in, or you can try to right it. But either way, you're going to tear them apart with your bare hands. You will lose control of those tendrils, and both of you will. It's what frenzy does.
I'd still like to try to ride the wave.
All right. So what you're doing is just give me a willpower roll.
Yeah, I'll ride the wave too. Let's make this interesting. Pretty sure I still have. Now, I lost 1 superficial willpower at the very start. I think it's been restored. Does your call?
No. I've not restored.
Oh.
It's not a whole lot you've been dancing to, sir.
Okay. That answers that. Thank you.
Oh,
all right.
I should have much less then. Actually, I have 0 willpower. I thought
I was.
Yeah. Sorry.
So yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think the result's going to be drastically different. For this end, what occurs for those inside and what draws your attention? When you hear these snarls and there's a leaping that takes place with Parker at the front as he clears damn near to the top of the steps. You don't know what's going on. Sounds like metal getting slammed, but there's a lot of gunfire. There's loud gunfire. It's like thunder going off at a point in these halls. And that's what it is. As this stuff is pounding, you'll hear it get quiet, and there's sounds of people wounded. It's like, oh my God, what the fuck is that? Because I don't know. What are these guys on? What are they on? And you'll hear more gunshots. What would you like to do? Those in the cell. It's been about 5 turns, as I said. You still haven't found that gun, but you found some interesting evidence so far. You can keep looking, or you can let them be the distraction they set up for, or you can go check on concerned packmates and join the fray.
I'm gonna join the fray. That was my first mind anyway. I'm not leaving them alone against 11 people, even if it sounds like they're winning.
Yeah.
Still searching.
Search.
Yeah. Warren, I am going to give you a chance to do something. You're just slurring up the steps and seeing what's what?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I don't. You can correct me if I'm like off target here. I feel like if my packmates are under duress, the ones who are under duress are the ones I need to be with. And so it's wrench time. I mean,
all right, we're gonna back this up where I'm pretend I had a pot of coffee and a shot of a Red Bull to keep up with that. So when I'm asking what you're doing, I know you're engaging him up there, but I need a semblance of how. Are you just rushing up the steps to see what's what? Like you're solariting up there and aha, Kool-Aid Man attack. Or like what are you doing, right?
Basically, the only thing that would give me pause is if Parker or Tom were in my way.
Would give you pause. So are you basically giving into it?
What do you mean? Like a frenzy or?
Yeah, absolutely. Challenge, threaten. You know your pack's been wounded and shot at. You need little urging, Bruja, to give in to that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not holding nothing back from these people. They're shooting this, my duck, this, and my bro. Like no, they get the whole thing.
About that then. Don't even worry about that then. We're all good. The Bruja with a vicious snarl tears off up the.
Yes.
He will get the splattering of a certain crowbar he had, but he's up the steps nonetheless. I'm sorry. No, he won't. But I remember Warren here as he runs up to do what he does. You might have heard it clanged once for effect. And then there's 2.
Like I said, I'll continue to search. I'll do one final sweep if at all possible.
Yeah, still
Okay.
searching.
Final sweep. What you guys are not getting, final sweep, regardless, is that you spend another maybe 20 seconds to a minute, we'll say, somewhere in there, and you get through to another firewall cage, whatever, and see if there's some stray keys, weird stuff like that, and you're checking out some coinage. The problem is that you realize there are even more places to look, right? And I'm going to give you an insight and your Auspex die surrogate and your intelligence. I'll give you +2 due to the net of you constantly searching through here, all this mess and
Insight, intelligence. I unfortunately do not have Auspex, but I do have intelligence and I do have insight, so I'll give that a shot.
Yep, absolutely.
5, shit.
Well, it's enough to make anybody laugh, honestly. I mean, when you retell this story at a bar, and hopefully it's a communal haven, there going to be a bunch of yucks, right? Dawns on you. Didn't Warren say in the very beginning that the police calmly took this weapon? Right? Didn't folks just report it as he said, hey, we found this in the bushes. We don't know what it's for. And as you get that and you're looking in the evidence locker, if there's no crime, where would they keep it? That's the question, but it's not evidence if they're attaching case files to this and numbers to it. Wouldn't that be like a lost and found maybe? Or maybe that cop would have known, here's where we're holding items that we're waiting for people to come and collect. He said that. Warren actually said that he's waiting on someone to come and claim it with a receipt. They wouldn't keep this in evidence lockup.
He pulls Ramsey with him. Doesn't say a goddamn word except just pulls Ramsey with him. And you're like, we're out.
We're going.
Now, he would. He totally would. I'm going to allow you guys to take a compulsion, if you will. You both can choose to do that, or you can just roll for a frenzy. I think this is hella frustrating. What about you guys? I'll let you.
I'll take the compulsion. Absolutely.
So what compulsion would you like here? Now, I'm thinking it's perfectly makes sense that in this situation, surrogate, we're going to say, this is so frustrating. It's a matter of harm. Someone has to pay for this. This freaking searching, you were going through it. You were trying to figure it out this whole time. And it's the simple things. But the thing is, you feel you're almost equally to blame to this. Your whole pack gets. Everything that should have been thought of, all these clever plans that you had, and everybody was we work through people. People work we're the new face of the Sabbat, and we're just as bloodthirsty, maniacal, monstrous warriors as ever were. And here we are, knee deep in whatever the hell happened to them, because why is it so freaking quiet? It's like you're screaming in a storm, right? Is what it feels like. But still, the beast isn't enough to jump out and take over here, because there's still a lot of logic here to what you're doing as you're kind of beating yourself up and thinking of what else to do. I'll leave you to play through that emotion, that compulsion, the rest of the scene. In fact, for Ramsey, is your clan compulsion make sense?
I think so too. I think so too.
Predatory instincts, that's where it is. So for Ramsey, what you can see, and this maybe is even more frustrating, surrogate, he's devolved in a sense. It's like sniffing the air more, checking out, that's blood, swatting it, throwing. Imagine a cat roaming about looking for something interesting. And it would chuck things to the wall that were of interest. Others it's sniffing, checking it out, drops it. It's weird to you that he even licks an undergarment, right? Pulls out of a plastic bag and just lets his tongue hit it. And you'll hear him say, innocent, and chucks it to the side and keeps moving. You have no idea what that means or what he's even tasting. As Ramsey, your character is not devolved. You're given in to a middle ground with the beast. Only Gangrel can know. It's the fact is that this is black and white. It's here or it's not. It's an item you're looking for. And if it's so important, you're looking for gun oil. You're looking for the scent of Hector's cologne. Or Miguel's cologne, excuse me. Something that says this was recently put here that is an oddity. And you've been around that pack enough, especially Celeste and them, to get that, yeah, they use weird sort of incense things all the time. And you always surmise it's because they're trying to cover up their actual death that clings to them, which would make sense, right? They're no strangers to it. And maybe bathing isn't on Domingo's #1 list when he wakes up in the morning. But your character doesn't have any way to articulate it other than just get at it. But there's a lot that you can learn from this, and it's like a new skill set of senses are open to you as you're letting the beast do what it does, which is hyper profile what's going on. All that said, though, to narrate what's going up top, for you gentlemen, the charge the line is great in Braveheart. There's a truth here when it comes to people describing how they're coming in, the tactics they're using while they're looking around a corner is because they're preparing for people in urban warfare to jump out at them, to charge them, to do just what you did. And as you come up to do that, the first thing that happens is, in Vampire you may be, getting shot in the knees should stop anybody. And that first cop's going to pay for thinking it would stop you, Tom. And when your knees get lit up, your character doesn't care. He grabs this guy and lifts him off the ground to hurl him at his buddy. When that happens, these guys assess and do something different. And what I mean by assess, they're trained to make a moment-to-moment decision. And this is when guys with shotguns who are going to use them to open doors, they use them on you guys. It's just logic. When you have monsters coming through, when they're tossing people around, that's what happens. It won't help them with Parker. When Parker gets up there and a guy gets chucked to the side of his partner before he can get up, because it's pack tactic, he plants his entire fist through this guy's head, helmet and all. Doesn't care. Just slams right through, reveling in the power and the bloodshed. These cops, they're not the type to be broken by what happens, but at the same time, they're trying to live at this point. And there's a fight they're taking where they're trying to back up and take who they have because they don't know what they got going on. However, this doesn't stop the wall of lead that you guys are eating and eating and eating. It is constant shots, pros reloading, people taking aim, hits to the head because it's easy at point blank to do so. Folks getting shot in the elbow, someone running with the knee, getting winged. And then out of nowhere, as you guys are falling from the severe damage as you would take to hit the ground not moving, and by all counts, you should be dead, and the beast force you to keep going. The unstoppable Bruhai anti-missile comes sprinting up out of nowhere, and with speed, impacts the front of the line, taking out another two guys. And they're wearing body armor, and that's fine, and he doesn't care, because when he hits the top of one, he devotes his attention to ripping this cop apart. And he is. Rips the Kevlar vest off of one to grab a limb and dislocate it in one and begins tearing flesh. And when that happens, it's chaos. These cops figure something's going to happen. They don't know what else to do, and they're just going to start shooting. And something you don't know and you couldn't know while you're in here, when these guys came down, it's because every available officer in the vicinity was coming here, right? It's a police station. If you've ever seen Assault on Precinct 13, you know what that looks like in a cheesy sense, right? In a very real scenario, when an officer's down, police spare no action. They do not hesitate. That's a threat from within, and they're the line. After them, the residents are vulnerable. That will not happen on these guys' watch. It's like an oath. They have a badge. They'll do what it takes. And because it's other people with that badge under fire, Tom, you warned everybody. These are the good guys. They will fight you to the bitter end. As the three of you succumb to torpor, it's through what the vampires fear about the mortals the most. It is the threat of the Second Inquisition realized. These people will do whatever it takes to take the terror and the night off the table by any means. This does not mean you don't injure 4 or 5 or even a dozen cops as you're up here. You absolutely will, but there's more of them than there are of you, and they will not stop to pull out friends they think are injured and banding together to not leave people to their fate in the night. They are here to do a task, and they do it with great efficiency. And it doesn't stop them from taking their wounds. It doesn't stop them from dying. But at this point, narratively, I'd be playing with whatever the scene is. You can imagine what that looks like. I mean, if you want to know how much it would take to drop your character, you can figure out the math behind it. But if you want a number, I'll let you look up what a shotgun does to a body, right placement, extra rounds. It's not hard to do. And it's definitely a bitch to fight round after round after round from multiple assailants. And even as you guys are starting out, you're still devastating the police, right? Just not a whole freaking police station, which is what you took on head on for the moment. That all said, I'm not saying you're dead. You didn't hear those words come out of my mouth. What I am asking, the other two, it doesn't get quiet upstairs except for the bullet stop, right? And what you're going to hear distinctly is, you're going to hear, Greg, are you still down there? You'll hear that shouted down, and there is no response. And it'll dawn on you, Greg, who the fuck is Greg? As surrogate, as you're kind of And a Greg in here, not in this building. What the fuck? There is a hall. There are other doors in this hall. They're making an assumption. All the threats must have came up and attacked them, and that's what they're hoping. Night of the Living Dead happened, and maybe that's all it needed. But there is another pull. These guys dared to hit your pack. They're in danger, and you're dad. What good's a father if he can't protect his family?
He'll look over to Ramsey, upset. He's like, if you fucking kids just didn't distract me, we could have found it. Lost and found. Lost and found, not evidence. And you'll smack Ramsey on the side of the head. Now I got to go clean this up. Now we have to start from scratch again, or we don't. All right. I will go look for them. I need you to survive. Find a room. Stay okay. Does he have the wherewithal to know that they probably don't know that they're all right?
First off, Surrogate, you slapped him. I don't know what he's doing with that.
I was trying to debate like that. I can't justify it. I feel as though with his gangrel impulses right now, he's just gonna. No, the Valdring is the only thing keeping him from frenzying on the surrogate right now. Is what I feel.
Look at it another way. Look at it another way. You got nipped.
Okay.
Right? He's yelling for some reason. You're kind of understanding it, and then he nipped at you to get your attention, which is a hit because it doesn't hurt.
Right.
It's just like it would be annoying if you had an ego right now.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Okay. I'm gonna go hide. I guess that's what he's telling me. So I'll silence of death, heightened senses up. I don't think either of those require rouses, and I will.
This is a beautiful opportunity. Ramsey's done this before. You were in a hospital and you got away from these cops, right? So that's their surrogate. What's your plan of hiding?
I am going to use unseen presence, and I'm going to at least try to assess what my packmates or where my packmates are.
All right, we're going to give the benefit of the doubt. You with your instincts keyed up, it is difficult to hide in a police station when you're supposed to be hidden, period, right? That's the goal. This is way different than the hospital, right? You had the ability to be outside. They were going in one direction. You were running under bushes and all that, diving in the water to eventually get your escape. You got to think smarter. You will give a shot at going up and through to the ceiling itself. Now, this building does hold itself up, and what would be impossible to a mortal, where the drop ceiling is, mind you, you'll climb, surrogate, you'll replace the drop ceiling for him, and simply go unseen, as you know you can. You'll watch him latch onto a pole, and it for now is holding your body weight, but you can feel that through your limbs, right? You're kind of pulling yourself along. It's not much, but you can't put your foot down on anything else. And you're going to have to eventually shimmy across to do it. Thankfully, nothing can hear you in what you're making. However, you will note, because some debris does fall off your foot initially as you go up, that slight tap due to your heightened senses is a pebble hitting the top of the drop ceiling, letting you know that, okay, only your motion is soundless.
Yep.
There's a radius for it. At this point, there isn't an endurance test for vampires. There isn't. However, being up here for so long is going to matter on how long you can stand waiting. And to that, I want to know, because immediately in the moment, the surrogate is gone. When you start climbing up there and that ceiling tile gets put back in place, who? It's like you forgot who he was, and you don't feel him in the room. You don't hear him. He's not there. He must have ran. He must have completely got away.
I'm still, I don't know where he went. I'm still waiting, at least for now, until I hear less movement from the police officers, where it sounds like a good amount of people have left the building.
Not happening. So, Surrogate, are you pretty much not moving either? Waiting to see what they do?
If I'm under the assumption that they can't see me, I'm going to start walking up to assess.
Well, you're under the assumption they can't see you, because that's the assumption of every obfuscate user.
Yeah.
Right? So you start heading up the steps, right? Like, without the whistle. And as you go up, you'll see that there are about 4 or 5 guys banded together. And this time it's on shoulders, right? One hand's on the shoulder of the guy in front. The guy in front doesn't have any automatic weapon. Has just a pistol. These look more just police officers with their vests, which is common in squad cars these days, especially the precincts with money. As they're coming down slowly, they're looking around, and a lot of gesturing. You can kind of figure out it's like, hey, move forward, check the room, clear the room, something like that. And they start walking in and fanning out, looking for you guys. You know they are. And watching from this angle, it's pretty easy. If you had a gun, you could just kill 3 of them right now and keep moving. But it's not what you're here to do, or is it?
It is not. He is not a fighter that way. He doesn't have a gun. He can't take him out that way, so it's not going to work.
Okay.
He will look for his pack mates. He's going to try looking to see where they may have gone. Like, where does the carnage stop?
So to make this happen, you're walking up and seeing the carnage as described, right? You can see where there's a valiant fight. A lot of freaking bullet casings surrounding 3 corpses on the ground. And they blew Tom's head half off in some show. But I'd still say the worst was taken by the sudden surprise of, haha, I got a crowbar. Because there is a crowbar embedded in a cop's head. Now they're dead on the ground. And that's the effect. But the person who did it, Warren, it looks like bones were broken with bullets. Like they gave him everything they had, just kind of returning the favor. What gunfire does to a body is it empties it, right? Bullets do the entry wound, and it's what happens on the inside. Typically, ricochet from small arms fire goes through the vital stuff and all that other thing. And you've never really seen it from this side, as they're blasted open on some holes, and it's excessive by anybody's stretch of the imagination. But it's no doubt they had to, because you could see where at certain points this guy tried to stop someone and their head got pulled apart. This guy tried to stop and looks like someone punched a hole through him, right? And this occurred. People are broken on the side. You could see there were folks that were pulled. Mostly this place was clear except for that group that just went down. And you can feel the tension still here. They're not letting up. Looking at the lights outside and getting closer to the door as the glass is shattered here, just FYI. And the lesson here is the fact that when they came in, they must have done it quietly, but when people were taking wounds, when they were leaving, nobody spent time to turn around and look. And someone was said, fuck it, shot through it or broke it ahead of time. You're not really certain. But it was all designed to do a pulling action to get them out to where they're facing forward. Tactics is what won the day today. And regardless of all that, the nice pristine counters, bullet hole done. It's like a mini bomb went off. You can see they have 2 ambulances that are out there trying to secure some cops there, fighting to keep them alive, really, as they're almost convulsed. One's convulsing the table. The other one seems to just have this breather they're forcing on them and giving them a shot. There are other cops out here with helmet off that look in shock. They're not certain what happened, and folks are trying to figure it out. They don't know. After they're still inside, there's still more. There's 2. There's got to be 2. It's like, what do you mean? It's just the video footage dispatch said there were 5. There were, count them, 5. All right. And there is a boss. Older guy, not getting too old from this shit, Lethal Weapon style. Definitely an elderly gentleman, black man by elderly, late 50s, right? Not far from probably the golden retirement day, or maybe like a lot of folks deciding to stay on because, hey, Naperville's a great place. And I enjoyed his task, looking for a protege, you don't really know. But it pulled him to this building. And makes sense. It's like their flagship building. And some good men here. Of the police that have showed up and some that are still arriving, as you're just sort of surveying it, keeping an eye on where those 3 guys are going, it's about an hour of you safely watching things moving around you, making that happen. You're seeing procedure. Some folks come in, start taking photographs, a lot of photographs. Others are trying to gather footage of what they can and what they got going on. Another person is coming in and inspecting bodies, taking pulses. It's weird for you to see an actual EMT come and check the pulse of some people. Clearly their head and the inside of their body's been removed, like it's procedure. And they got a weird chart that you could tell that looks like a body. It's like a photocopied sheet that has a body on it laid out in pencil with lines on it. And they're mapping it out. It's all shorthand, but pointing at like what appears to be wounds. Maybe this one has this one has that. They're processing the scene. As they should, as you're full blown in the middle of a police investigation of an assault that took place. Back at the ranch, you obviously will come out of that compulsive feel while you're up there. Not that you stop your tactic. You're listening, Ramsey, and you will hear someone, hey, George, are you okay? And you will hear a locker open down below in the room you guys were in. Now, You don't know how long this guy was in there, but you do know that it was pointed out to you by Parker that they kept files in here from water and fire damage and whatnot. And there's like a lot of these cases that are in here. But you'll also remember coming in this room and describing that looked like somebody had just dropped tape or what have you, and it was on the floor. And it was signs that either they left hurry or they would have been here, but they didn't unlock the cage. They didn't leave from there, and they didn't go up the steps. So the assumption you had is you might have went to the other halls and didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll dawn on you, all right, at least you got the name of the guy that controls evidence here. Got to be that guy. Like, it's the only thing you can think of. As you'll hear this guy, he's like, oh, 40 years on the floor. I never thought. Like, yeah, we get it. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get you out of here, right? There were 2 more guys. Did you see where they went? And you'll hear him go, no, I those weren't people. Hey, we know. Just, right? Not now, buddy. Okay, just focus on me. Let's go. And just touch my shoulder, roll around me. Do not block my shot. And just walk back. You're the first up or the last up. And you hear that. You also hear them climb back up the steps, giving you a moment. This is more than a moment you need to climb down, drop down, and actually go and wait for a second to hear the last footstep up or the last heartbeat get farther away as you focus with your heightened senses. By doing that alone, it'll dawn on you again. This is twice your enhanced senses are able to track a living person without you having to have eyes on it. Their adrenaline easily makes that heart thunder for you to tell just how close they are in feet. You probably get it down to the centimeter in that regard. So when you know the hall is clear, you don't bother looking up. You just walk out and go further into the building. It's also cracking you up as you go further into the building. There's signs for an exit on the other side. Right? You can go down and here's that, and the guy showed you where the evidence room is, but you can walk out and it goes up to the garage. There's places you could go to. You were wondering where signs were, but you're back in the employee section, which is the important thing I want to hammer home. Right? Being back here, yeah, there is signs. It's like this labeling system. One goes over here to the roll call. The other one goes over here to the motor pool. Over here is to this jail. Pretty simple to find. And you go to the motor pool because that's an exit, and you find that you are outside. You can wrap around and go to the front if you want, or you can. What do you want to do?
Yeah, like wrapping around to the front would be a very, very bad idea, especially because this place is surrounded by fields. I do remember that from the original description. What I will do, well, would say I'd like to take a car. I don't think there's nothing that conveniently allows me to get like a key for one of these cars, is there?
Well, there are fields, right? You know survival. You also know larceny.
Yeah.
Combined with stealth, you absolutely know how to work distance and shadows. I don't mean like Lothambra. What I mean is stealth in the sense it was meant.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know why I said mint, like meant, but if you've ever played around in a field where there's light or lighting, and they definitely have lighting out here, it makes areas very dark outside of that lighting. It's hard to do it. If you can just get there, you'll be fine. The key to getting there is remaining very low and not being a moving object that's disrupting the lighting as you move along. Your character knows that easily. It's a bit of a crawl. It's a bit of a knee walk, but it's not like you have to worry about getting fatigued.
Yeah. What do I have to worry about? Bad knees? I'm already a corpse. Yeah, I'll do that.
Exactly. And it's simple to do. In fact, you wait for when police stand or when they're moving around or where they would expect movement to slowly walk and make your way all the way out to the police sign. Now, why the police sign is because it shouldn't be that hard for people to overlook you. The road pulls well before that sign. And while you're up there, as long as you're sitting down, your view's obstructed, or their view's obstructed of you, as you can keep tabs in that building. Freeing you to use your phone if you choose, but you don't see any of your pack out here, if they made it out at all. It's just you. In fact, you spot the car, the camera you came up in, they're still in the line.
Yeah, I'm not touching that. I don't think that's a good idea. I will silence my phone, then I will send a message to the surrogate simply saying survived. I will I will what am I are we like a couple hours away from daybreak? Something like that. Forget that. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to wait around at this edge watching the place up until there's only like an hour or two away from sunlight. It's only at that
You're not dumb. You're using logic to keep sight as long as you can until. I got you. For the surrogate, need you to be real honest. You're a dad. You're a family man. Would you mute your phone, or would you use the various ringtones you could to let you know what son or daughter is calling you, or what wife? You have that new family, the Hamiltons, after all, you just got that you're watching for. And right now, probably would be around the time to get little Davy to bed, and you are supposed to read him that story.
Yeah, it would. I didn't say I was turning it off, so he does know Ramsey's ringtone.
All right. I'm gonna double check. You said you agreed that you probably wouldn't have it shut off. Is that accurate?
I agree.
Okay. What we're gonna do here is we'll allow you in a quick moment because I want you to understand this. What is Ramsey's ringtone?
Ramsey's ringtone is going to be the Andy Griffith thing.
All right.
I'm thinking Green Acres. Yes. Yes, I do understand that. Do me a favor though. We're relying on the wit of the character, right? I think that's more than fair. Would you agree?
Sounds good.
All right. All I need you to do is give me that wit stealth. We're going to see how fast in the fly your character can think on their feet to cover up what you got going on.
What stealth? Okay.
And it's easy enough considering, right? Humorous to you, maybe. Definitely funny to me. The moment that ringtone starts going off, you'll see somebody nearby. I told you, you're processing the scene. You were watching them do it, right? It's been like an hour watching them kind of go through the works or whatever. When that goes off, you simply drop to a knee and duck under a desk and sit there and hope you're hidden again, right? And you definitely get that phone muted. It's like in one shot. Who doesn't know how to interrupt that? And you have it down. And you're like, okay, did it work? Thankfully, you don't have to breathe or nothing like that, so it's not giving you away in that regard. But to hear a guy go, "Why am I hearing Andy Griffith?" Another guy go, "Man, we need some good. Something good has to come from this." And they start chuckling. He's chuckling a little bit, and he goes, "Hey, do you think these guys saw Andy Griffith?" As you'll watch Surrogate as they kind of gesture with Warren with a boot coldly. And he's like going, "Yeah, we're just the crime scene guys. You know what I mean? Let's just get this done. I don't think these cops like us kind of kneeing their stuff, right? They want to know who did it and why. Photograph the terrorists and move on." You'll hear another guy, "Yeah, I can't get these two." It's like, "What do you mean?" And he goes over to these Sabra, right? You know they're the Sabra, Surrogate. They have this problem, right? And literally, he's over. He's like, "Yeah, I took a photo twice now. It's just not coming through. Like, I get this blurred outline both times from both of them. Is that a thing?" So what do you mean is it a thing? He goes, "Maybe they got like EMP readers in their pockets or something." Yeah, he's stupid. If they got an EMP reader in their pocket, how would we get? My phone wouldn't work. That light wouldn't work. We wouldn't open the door. Yeah, let's put it in a Faraday cage then. Okay, come on, just get a new freaking camera and get it. I only got the one camera. Who has one? Use your camera phone. I can't. That's not a company phone. They put that out. That's a problem. That's company assets versus personal. But all right, I'm gonna put this another way. Asshole. Unless you can sketch what they look like, we need them bagged, and we need to take the blurred photographs and send them in. Okay, what we have is the invisible men. Okay, deal with it. And the subordinate just sort of, okay, all right, yeah, we'll just do it, right? And but you get to see how they're doing this. It's a device that looks very much like a gun you would scan an object with. And they hold it down, and you'll see him get it. It's very quick. You see a red line go over the body at a wide angle. Let's go, and then you see a flash. And when he has that, there's a pad on the top of it, and this guy's just typing on it, whacking it away. You get a little close because you're curious, and it's a send button. And there's about 45 photos they could do that in a cropped minute, is what it looks like. Like they just scan, see what they got. They're labeling each one they get in, and they send it. These guys aren't keeping massive photo anything on hand, and it goes to the cloud. You know what that is. Cloud technology is all the rage, and you damn well knew you should have read on it more. Davey was telling you about it, right? His video games, where they're stored. You thought he needed some sort of safe password, and he doesn't. Davey's pretty smart. But the point is, when they come back to get your pack, which is what we're waiting for, to narrate this, because we are over time, definitely getting lost in it. You will see your pack mates picked up. They get toe tagged, right? It's put it on there. They don't know who they are. Ironically, Warren's the only one with an ID. And nobody knows who the hell this is, but you see him look at him, and it looks like him. I know I've seen that guy somewhere before. Is what you hear one person saying in camp places. They start packing it and putting it up. No one knows what the hell the other two look like. Let's just say that Lasamra got the brunt end of what we like to call fear retaliation, as they're zipped up in body bags. Body bags are pretty opaque, and they have to do this because you'll hear them. We got to get them down to the morgue. We got to take them all the way to the city, and we got to get them in an autopsy. That's that. They want to know what they were on. They want to know now, not later. These guys took multiple shots to the head, they said. And you'll hear one of the EMTs were asked to help. Stupid, they did. It's like, what do you mean? That's why their head's missing in parts. It's not a myth. Like, let's just get it done. This is bothering the shit out of me. And you'll hear one of them say, like, what does it bother you so much? Like, they're dead. You've done this a bunch. He goes, look, we're in Naperville. We were pulled over here. Normally, we've done traffic stops. We've done a train rolling people, suicides, right? We've dealt with all that. This is different. Nobody ever has assaulted a police station. Now that this is done, I don't know what this means, man. This is some intense shit. We're not used to it. We just need to get them out there and get them rolling. And they're nodding their head for the most part. But I'm going to ask, because they're putting your pack in the same ambulance, what are you going to be doing, if anything, surrogate? And if you're asking if you could sneak on board, don't ask. Tell me that's what you're going to try to do.
Sneak on board.
The risk is what I want you to be aware of. Right? You are aware of how your unseen presence is. If you're found out at all, that's that. If you're asking me, well, I'm pretty confident in my unseen presence. I'll give you a moment to look at it again and be certain.
I will. No, I'll rescind. I'll step out on knowing where they're gonna be. That's more than enough for me.
It is. I think that's wise. And the simple fact is you get survive sent to you from Ramsey, which means
exactly.
You got right. So that's there. There's another important element too that should dawn on you as a priest. You wanted to talk to San Domingo anyway. It's something easily. It is your head. You feel you may not have a choice at this point, or is it you're the only Sabbat that are here? Why I say that is because as game's over, I do want stains rolled, please, if gentlemen will. Let's do that and see where it is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
I believe
I rolled
3.
That wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mike, you
one. Am I anyway? Whoops,
Succeeded.
I failed.
Mike, you're muted.
Down.
Nobody can hear you.
Do you just roll for each stain you got?
No, you roll. So if you look at your sheet, you see how
That's
you have
right.
humanity, like those
Yeah,
empty
yeah.
boxes. When you get a stain, those stains fill those empty boxes from the right hand side going left. So at the end of the session, you roll the amount of free boxes you have. So if I'm going to assume you had humanity 6, you got at least 3 stains, which means you should be rolling a single die. And I did steal Bob's thunder because I'm trying to make sure I have it down.
Go ahead. You're good.
Cool.
How many times do you want me to roll, Bob? Because I have literally, let's say I had filled the boxes I had, lost to humanity. I've filled those 4 boxes again.
So what I want you to know is that we were dancing around a lot of conflicting things and stuff you want to do. And we'll get to that later. What happens is you should have been penalized for social and mental roles. I didn't want to bog down the game with that because I feel that a lot of what you guys were doing, very natural to ask. Just I wanted the role play to match, and you guys started to. So, but I didn't take away the fact that you would get stained for certain calls. That being the case, you can only ever get so far. After that, it's supposed to be automatic losses or drops as you continue to do it, as you're not learning from said actions.
Mm-hmm.
However, I didn't catch it because I was busy. Obviously, that's going to happen. Sometimes it goes through. So the bank errors in your favor in that regard. I'm not going to start ripping points off your sheet in that regard. We're just going to say you're going to get the 1 die, right? If it's all filled up, or if you only have 1 box left, you only get 1 die anyway to roll at that point. And you're just rolling as if it were a rouse in that case. You just need a success to move on and be fine. Otherwise, it drops.
Success is here.
I dropped.
And that's the effect. And to look at it this way, for you guys being bold and we're doing the path route, and we know what we did, right? Ethics, we're choosing to follow, represent that path, and that's what we're doing. That's one thing. But I know the harder is war is on humanity, right? And what does it mean to be that low? It's not what it used to be back in the old days, being a definite reason as to why this drops and all that. I feel this system is very much true to how players play the game. We always play this game of how close can we get to that line before we step over. When we get real low, then we get real nice. And then as it builds back up, we start screwing around again. And that doesn't reward anybody. No one's learning from that, right? It's a different ball game when it's done this way, because this is definitely that razor's edge. And they were brilliant for doing it that way. That's why I told you, ignore humanity and we're still keeping that path rating that high, because it doesn't matter how high the virtues get it now, right? It is what it is based on your resolve, composure, and nonsense. So that's already fair. Instead, when it drops, what you got to think of is why it dropped. And if I really want to work it to get it back, how does that work out? Now, in a case of humanity, this represents a guilt, right? Has to. If stuff was done or you didn't do that caused reaction and got everybody where they're at, and that's how somebody guilt-ridden would feel. And you put that to the role play of your character. It's either you feel guilt and you'll never let this happen again, right? As you build almost a sense of resolve, you're trying to tap that part into you that, man, I won't be silent anymore. I won't sit here and let them do what they keep doing to him, right? It's one way to look at it. It's a compassionate end. In the case of Path of Night, I do applaud you in mentioning to them, hey, these are good people, da 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 da, or whatever. And that's what I went to. But what I got to take away from, and what I'm hinting at, is that you have to remember, you are in charge, right? Not as just the ductus, but of your character and what you choose to do. That path is about you portraying a certain feel from you. So that wasn't a warning that you should have gave to them. That was something for you to control that pack, right? It's one thing to go in there and try to sift through and figure out who's bad and who's good, or find another way, right? 10 grand is an interesting way to do it. Maybe not the most fun. And I get that. It's why you did what you guys did. I'm fine with that. But you have to understand the importance is a lot of good people got killed. And there's no way your character looks at that as not a detriment to his core belief. And that's where that loss comes in. But that loss should come with a sense of conviction that you're doubling down, right? That, this pack will not get in the way of how you view things. We're not meant to be this mindless grenade rolled at a door, right? No Path of Night Adherent even looks at it that way. It's one thing to torment somebody behind a closed door, right? Imagine if you got one of these, you got that female cop away, was at the door originally. She goes out on break and you see that she's eating a donut, drinking coffee. She's fit enough. But you begin talking to her and she wonders why you're there, and you tell her, don't worry about that. I'm talking to you. And then she wants to give you a little lip. So instead, you walk over and tap her in the nose real quick as it's broken. You pick her up, pull in her car, and go for a drive. And start having a chat with her about how she lives her life. Very weird and surreal scene, and maybe Quentin Tarantino could have done better. Probably not, right? But as you're driving around, you're trying to look for one thing. Where's that evil in her that you know is there, and you want to pull it out of her, right? You're at work eating a donut. You're allegedly so happy. Where's the darkness that you know is in her? And how do you get that out of her? Busted nose and all? Strange she didn't go for her phone, isn't it? It's odd that she'd even try to really fight you. You haven't done anything to her but show her that, well, it really wouldn't help her. And those are the games that you might play in Path of Night, as you give her multiple opportunities to hang herself before you show her just how dark and what evil is, which is a portrayal point, just an idea. But for the moment, the quick kill, nobody learned anything here today. There's no way they're going to care about that, and that's what your character cares about. For Parker, I don't know, man. I think you got me by the balls, as it said. I'm trying to figure out the angle and stuff you put your character at, because on one end, I hear Michelli giggles, and he's having a blast. I want you to have a blast. But I know you're trying to portray this La Sombra. And I do applaud how you back Bernogle. I'm just going to do what Bernogle does and support what he does, because we're pack mode now and I want to be safe. Not like you were following him, but it felt like you were like, I don't know what I do, so I'm going to do that. So if between you and me, take this loss as an opportunity to remind you that I want you to go, you know what, Bob? I'm trying to play this dark guy. I'm a happy guy. I'm trying to do what bad, good, no good Nick stuff would be. I want this gun. Is there a way I could figure it out? Is there a simple way I could do it? Or if not a simple way, just some way like, what would a guy do here? And I think my guy is X. foster that conversation. People need to do that more, because I'm not expecting you to be a sawed-off psychopath any more than I'm expecting Bryn Ogle to be anything more than complex, which he is, at pursuing what he has. So it's a learning system. For those that made it even, you just have to make a justification for your character, that you know you came close to losing something. This is why people have touchstones as well. You spend time with them, it does more than get you back some willpower, and it rights the ship that you feel you might have damaged. Obviously, there's ways to do that. For those of you in torpor, you're in torpor. You're not write it off yet, but if I know this crew, I'm about to get messages of stuff that people would like to do going forward. And it seems definitely DJ has that in mind, if not Ramsey, if not both. So with all that said, XP, actual play, is 3 every time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard enough to be on camera. I think it's great that you guys pursue agendas and goals and you're challenging your convictions and touchstones. I like you called out the tenets you agreed to as a chronicle and were aware they were broken tonight. I also like the fact that 2 of you were willing to sacrifice yourself to buy time for a gun. Some people may think that's crazy. I wouldn't have done that. Some people don't got the balls to stand forward and let their team go for what they set out to do. You guys literally laid that down as it's a hard tenet, right? We're going to do what the pack said we're going to do, no matter what happens. Tough pill to swallow, but I give you respect. It's not easy to do. Finally, XP submissions turn to me as normal. We're trying to get to where you could do blue booking, but in the instance of, for 2 of you, until we do that scene, I only need to know if you guys are going to bother trying to get them or not. The window I'm giving you is all the time you have before next game, but for character's sake, it's going to be just another night.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to give the rest of the night. That's what I need to know. Fair?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Any questions, guys? Are you good?
I think we're good.
We're good.
Fantastic. We'll catch you next time. Thanks, folks, for listening. If you're still there, still awake. And we'll talk to you later next time on Phoenix Crusade. Thanks, everybody.
Y'all take care.
Later.
Thank you for listening to our 25 Years of Vampire the Masquerade podcast. If you liked what you heard, please reach out and let us know on Twitter at 25 Years of VTM, at our email info@25yearsvtm.com, on Facebook at www.facebook.com/25yearsvtm, or on our website www.25yearsvtm.com. If you would like to support us, we can be found at patreon.com/25 Years of Vampire the Masquerade.